so I don't want you to look at that as anything other than that. Otherwise, I think we're ready to continue. The defense want to put something on the record or anything before we get started at this time, or no?
No, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Decker or Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Fassinger.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
You can just watch your step going up there. Could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you get comfortable, can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Debbie Bassender. My last name is Bassinder.
Okay. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office
In what capacity?
as a detective.
And how long have you been employed at the prosecutor's office?
8 years this month.
What unit do you work in?
I work in the Financial Crimes and Public Corruption Unit.
Can you tell us how long you've worked in that unit for?
I've worked in this unit for my entire time of employment at the Prosecutor's Office, with the exception of 2.5 months where I was assigned to the trial unit.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit?
My duties are to investigate allegations relating to financial crimes and/or public trust.
Now, what, if any, law enforcement experience did you have prior to joining the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
I was a special agent with the Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation Division.
So as a special agent, were you a sworn federal law enforcement officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And what was the time frame that you worked as a special agent with the IRS?
From September 1993 through June of 2016.
Generally speaking, what were your duties as a special agent with the IRS?
As a special agent, I was involved in investigating allegations and crimes relating to both domestic and international money laundering, crimes relating to the Bank Secrecy Act, also known as BSA, and crimes relating to the Internal Revenue Tax Code.
Now, I'd like to ask you some further questions about your educational and professional background. Do you have something called a curriculum vitae?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing counsel S27. May I approach?
You can.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S27. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a resume.
And did you prepare that?
Yes, I did.
Is that your resume?
Yes, it is.
And how many pages is it?
4.
Starting with your education, can you provide us with the benefit of your educational background?
Yes, I received an associate's degree from Ocean County College in Business Administration. I also received a Bachelor of Science degree from Monmouth University with a concentration in accounting.
Detective, are you familiar with the term forensic accounting?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
Forensic accounting is a specialized area of accounting that investigates complex financial documents, follows the flow of funds to determine fraud, misconduct, and financial irregularities.
Do you use forensic accounting in your role as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit of the Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, I do.
And did you use forensic accounting in your role as a special agent with the IRS?
Yes, I did.
Can you just, I want to define a term. Can you explain what it means to audit and how that relates to forensic accounting?
Yes. Auditing is a regulatory compliance examination of an individual's or an organization's financial books and records.
So how is forensic accounting different from regular accounting?
Well, regular accounting would be your normal day-to-day financial record keeping, your standard financial reporting, and ensuring regulatory compliance.
What, if any, training did you have specifically in forensic accounting?
I was a revenue agent with the Internal Revenue Service, which means you're an auditor. That encompassed approximately, in total, about 6 months of training on complex auditing individuals and business records. From there, my education in accounting focused on accounting 1 and 2, intermediate accounting 1 and 2, advanced accounting, auditing, taxation, business law. When I attended the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center for my position as a special agent with the IRS, that was approximately 6 months long. The second half of that training involved comprehensive 3.5 months of financial forensic accounting, if you will, training on reviewing books, records, identifying fraud, criminal behaviors, patterns, identifying methods of proof in order to see whether or not there is a crime. After that training academy, I also received other training through taking seminars, webinars, all in the area of financial crimes.
So what were your day-to-day responsibilities as a special agent with the IRS?
Day to day, you were reviewing financial documents on a complex nature involving money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, financial crimes, even relating to taxes, analyzing, reviewing, compiling detailed reports, interviewing witnesses, subjects, victims at times.
Now, how would forensic accounting come into play in those roles and in those responsibilities that you did day to day?
In financial crimes, you are utilizing your auditing skills, your investigation skills, and your accounting skills to follow the flow of funds and money to determine whether there is or is not a crime relating to the allegation involved. Again, whether it's money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, financial crimes, tax-related crimes.
In your time with the IRS, and I'm sorry if I asked you this already, but how long were you there in total?
23 years.
What, if any, promotions did you receive?
In 2015, I was promoted to a supervisory special agent.
What did that entail?
I oversaw 8 special agents, 2 administrative personnel, and a secretary. And the 8 special agents that I oversaw were conducting investigations as I just described what I did as a special agent. So I was overseeing their work, dealing with the U.S. Attorney's Office as it relates to those investigations.
Now, as a special agent with the IRS, prior to receiving that promotion, approximately how many forensic accounting analyses had you conducted?
Over 200.
Approximately how many forensic analyses did you oversee during your time as a supervisory special agent?
Over 100.
What, if any, certifications did you receive while you were with the IRS?
In 2009, I received a certification titled Certified Fraud Specialist.
And what is that?
It's a designation that validates your expertise in the detection, investigation, and prevention of fraud.
What did you have to do to obtain that certification?
You had to complete a certain amount of credits that they required an applicant to have. So, for example, your education garnered you so many credits. Your experience in your financial profession garnered you X amount of credits. You needed professional witnesses from a higher level than you were applying to that credential. You had to maintain those credits by continuing your education within a 2-year period to sustain those credits. Part of your credits also could come from testifying in your field, whether as a fact witness or an expert witness.
Now, what, if any, certifications did you receive while you were with the IRS in 2013?
I received a certification called Certified Anti-Money Laundering Specialist.
What is that?
It's a certification that validates your expertise in investigative techniques, regulatory compliance, and risk management.
What did you have to do to obtain that certification?
Very similar to my first certification, this certification required you to take an examination in addition to verifying your education, your years of experience. If you have done teaching, that counted as well. If you've testified, that counted as well. And then you're required to maintain a certain amount of credits by every 3 years to maintain that certification.
With both of those certifications, are you currently up to date?
Yes, I am.
Now, after you worked for the IRS, let me just ask you, did you retire from there?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
In June 2016.
Where did you become employed after that?
Ocean First Bank.
And what was your position there?
I was the Senior Vice President and the Director of BSA Department, Bank Secrecy Act, BSA Department, and also the Security Department.
Okay. And what were the dates that you were employed at Ocean First Bank?
August 2016 through January 2018.
Would you be able to summarize your duties and responsibilities there?
Sure. For the BSA department, I was responsible for implementing, administering, and ensuring the bank's compliance with all Bank Secrecy Act. The bank at that time had approximately 125 branches, over 800 personnel, a myriad of departments both within branch and corporate. BSA oversees every employee, every department, administers all training.
No, what if I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also oversaw my staff in BSA, and the staff was investigating alerts that would come in from the anti-money laundering detection system, your computer systems. So if there was an alert on a customer account, they would investigate it to determine if it's worth additional investigating or if it's okay. The second half of my role in the security department, which I oversaw a staff there as well, but we handled the both internal and external security of the bank. External security meaning bank robbery, internal security encompassed internal fraud, anything happening internal within the bank.
What, if any, employment did you obtain after that?
Then I became employed with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Did you have to go to the police academy for that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when was that?
I started the police academy in January 2018 and graduated in June 2018.
Okay. And if you could just summarize your day-to-day responsibilities as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit.
In financial crimes, my day-to-day duties are to investigate allegations of financial crimes and public trust, often sensitive in nature. I review a myriad of financial documents, at times extremely complex. I interview witnesses, subjects, and victims. I compile detailed reports.
Approximately how many forensic accounting analyses had you undertaken thus far as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit of the Prosecutor's Office?
Approximately 200.
And what, if any, certifications did you receive while you were with the Prosecutor's Office?
I received the designation called Certified Economic Crime Forensic Examiner in 2020.
What is that?
Essentially, it validates your expertise in financial economic crimes, both the detection, prevention, and investigation of those crimes.
And what, if anything, do you have to do or did you have to do to obtain that certification?
That certification, again, it's a point system. You have to have so many years' experience in the financial field. You have to provide your education, which garners you additional points. If you've testified in court, both as a fact or an expert witness, and take continuing education classes. Teaching also counts, financial-related classes.
Do you do any teaching as it relates to your profession?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Annually at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, our unit provides financial training to any law enforcement officer in the state of New Jersey. So I'm a part of that training on an annual basis. I also developed a project on elder fraud where I go out and teach and provide seminars to individuals wanting to learn about financial crimes really against a 55 and older population, and any other training that I'm asked to do.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of forensic accounting.
Any voir dire?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you've investigated a number of different types of financial crimes. That'd be accurate to say, right?
Yes.
And, you know, these investigations would typically involve the review of some type or multiple types of different financial records.
Yes.
this could include bank records, right? It could include tax records.
Yes,
These records often have to be reviewed in combination with one another in your line of work, right?
no,
Well, in terms of money laundering, for example.
state law and federal law are different when you're examining financial documents and tax records.
Okay, so let's just take a step back here. The records, they're helpful to you as an investigator because they show you a path that money takes from point to point. Is that fair to say?
The bank records do.
Yes.
Yes.
The bank records do. Because the bank records show you money going from point A to point B, right?
Yes.
And you need to establish in your investigations that point A to point B to determine if there's been criminal conduct.
Or not. Yes.
Or not. And the thing, though, about these records is that the records by themselves don't really tell us anything about a person's motivations. The records are just numbers, right?
Not exactly accurate.
Well, a bank statement shows the account that the statement refers to, right? The account that it comes from. It shows debits and credits on the account, right?
Yes.
It shows an opening balance, right?
Correct.
It shows a closing balance, right?
Yes.
Might show that I transferred money from that account to a different account, and if I did, it would list some indication of where the money went, right?
Yes.
None of that says anything about what my motivation was in transferring the money from point to point, right?
I don't agree with that.
You're able to discern something from abstract numbers on a piece of paper that the ordinary person is not. That's your expertise?
My expertise is reviewing all the documents in a comprehensive manner and putting the financial picture together.
Great. So you do need to look at multiple documents then in order to create this full picture. Is that what I heard you just say?
I can look at multiple documents, yes.
Okay. So you're looking at multiple documents, and you're doing that because looking at multiple documents gives you a fuller picture of a situation than looking at a single financial record.
Yes.
And you want to get that fuller picture because that fuller picture is what allows you to determine whether there is potentially criminal conduct or not.
Correct.
You are also looking for things in these records that could demonstrate motive.
At the end of an analysis, yes.
One of the things that you're trying to determine is if any of these records are supportive of or not supportive of motive.
Yes.
Because motive is going to, if it exists, right, is going to help in furtherance of an investigation.
Yes.
Motive evidence explains why a person might have made a financial decision that they made.
Yes.
So if you find evidence of motive as part of your investigation, it's something that you would take note of.
Yes.
And if you took note of it, it would be because it was significant to you.
Yes.
And if it was significant to you, you would, in some fashion, document it.
Yes.
In general, in a financial investigation, you might take note of the fact, for example, that an individual has a lot of debt
Yes.
or has difficulty paying their debts.
Yes.
You might take note of the fact that a person is getting repeated calls from debt collectors.
Yes.
You might take note of the fact that a person is getting served foreclosure notices.
Yes.
You might take note of the fact that a person is having their utilities, like their water or their gas, shut off.
Yes.
You might take note of the fact that a person isn't able to come up with the money to afford basic things like food and gas.
I may not know if they can't afford food.
If you did know it, you might take note of it.
Possibly.
You might take note of the fact that a person is having their credit card declined.
Yes.
You could take note of the fact that the person is having repeated communications with others about not having enough money.
I may not know that.
You may not, or you may, because sometimes you might have a person's record of text communications in a case, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but sometimes you might.
But I might not.
And if you did have them, and you notice that the person is having communications about not having enough money, you might take note of that.
Yes.
If you had a record that a person is consistently borrowing money because they don't have sufficient funds, you might take note of that fact.
Yes.
The person was the subject of a civil lawsuit. You might take note of that fact.
Yes.
If the person was discussing, and there was evidence that they were discussing or considering bankruptcy, you might take note of that fact.
If they were considering bankruptcy, I may not know that.
If there was evidence that they were, you might take note of that.
Yes.
When you were with the IRS and as part of your work with the prosecutor's office, you didn't, sometimes these investigations, I'd imagine, might involve a single person who was a suspect, and sometimes an investigation might involve multiple people that are suspects. Is that fair to say?
Federally, yes.
And sometimes investigations might involve situations where multiple people had access to the same bank accounts.
That's possible.
Let's talk about an example of that. let's say we have a small business. Now, you're aware that small businesses often operate under a less regimented structure than large, highly regulated businesses, right?
Can happen.
Can I see counsel, please?
You've testified in court before?
One time, yes.
Was that as an expert or as
Fact witness.
a fact witness? And was that in your professional capacity or personal capacity?
Professional.
You've never been qualified as an expert in a court proceeding.
No.
When you testified as a fact witness, that was about a financial investigation?
It was a joint investigation with the FBI, and there was a financial component to it, yes.
What was your role in that investigation?
The defendant accepted bribes in the amount of $30,000. Excuse me, the defendant accepted bribes, and I was a fact witness to that. And there were also tax charges in combination.
So basically your role, what I'm taking from that is your role in that case was as a detective.
I was a federal agent.
But you investigated the case.
Tax component, yes.
And when cases like that, help me here, when cases like that go to, that was a federal court case, do I have that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in state court, it was in federal court.
yes.
Okay. When cases like that go to trial, does the government have people that they can certify as experts to testify at trial if they need them?
When the case is complex in nature, yes.
Okay. And where does the government go to get those experts?
Within, if they need to. If they need an expert, they could go within.
Okay. So those experts, for example, could come from within an agency like the IRS.
Yes,
And I take that to mean that that agency, the IRS, has those type of experts.
yes, you're part of an expert witness cadre, which I was selected to be a part of and attended training.
Okay.
And then you may prepare for cases that ultimately plea out, so you don't ultimately testify because the case pled out.
Fine. But this is the first time that you've been qualified, let's say, as a expert witness in a case.
Yes,
It never happened during all of your time at the IRS.
no, because my case is ultimately pled out.
Now, It's also never happened during all of your time up to now at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
No, my cases have not gone to trial. This is my first trial case with the county.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Okay. Do you wish to be heard on the issue?
I don't, yes.
Okay. Under the circumstances, I find that this defendant is qualified based upon her years of experience, both as a special agent in the IRS for the years that she was there, 23 years, her time at Ocean First Bank, her time in the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, her certifications and training that she has had. She would be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic accounting. Ladies and gentlemen, just because that I find that legally a person can be considered as an expert in a particular case, I have to give you a charge to tell you what that means to you. All right? As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known to them. This rule ordinarily does not permit the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to this case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to you in understanding the evidence presented and to determine the facts that you find them to be. In this case, as I mentioned, you can consider this detective as an expert in the field of forensic accounting. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it should be entitled, whether that's great weight or less weight, or you may reject it. You can do whatever that you want. In determining each opinion, you may consider the reasons given for that opinion, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of that particular witness. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based on actual evidence that you find it to be. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts to be true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the underlying facts are true or not true. So if you find the underlying facts not true, well, that would impact your ability to consider the weight of the testimony, because the underlying facts, you're finding them not to be true. On the other hand, if you found them to be true, well, that would be assisting you on whether that you want to believe the opinions that are based upon those underlying facts that you wish to be true, or that you find to be true. Does everybody understand that? Yes. Okay. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden, and it's you and you alone that will make these determinations as to the evidence in this case. With that being said, Ms. Wallace, I'll allow you to continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
CV back. Detective, are you familiar with the case State of New Jersey versus Keith Caneiro?
Yes, I am.
How?
I was assigned to, on November 21st, 2018, by my supervisor in the unit at the time, to this investigation.
And just to be clear, are you referring to the Financial Crimes Unit?
Yes, I am.
Now, when you were assigned this case, were there already other detectives from other units assigned as the lead detectives?
Yes, because this investigation involved murders, detectives from the Major Crimes Unit were already involved as the lead detectives, as well as detectives from the crime scene unit.
Now, what were the parameters of your investigation? In other words, what was your role as a detective from the Financial Crimes Unit with regard to this case?
My role was to determine if there was or was not a financial motive.
Can you tell us about the investigative steps that you took?
Yes. Through legal process, serving a grand jury subpoena, through legal process, I obtained statements from the bank for the trust account, the bank that held the trust account. I also, through legal process, obtained statements for the defendant's bank accounts. I also received, through legal process, bank account information on both businesses, EcoStar and Square One, the operating accounts and the payroll accounts. I also received, through legal process, documents from Canada Life Assurance Company, which held the life insurance policy. I also, through legal process, received credit card information and statements and insurance companies and any other financial institutions or companies where eventually I traced money either going to or money coming from.
When you initially said you received statements with regard to the trust account, can you just clarify a little bit more about what you're talking about, what trust account?
Yes, so there is the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Trust. That there is also a bank account titled the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust. And that bank account is maintained at TD Bank, and it is simply a checking account to receive funds and for those funds then to be paid quarterly premium. So when I refer to the trust account, I'm referring to specifically a TD bank account, business checking account that held funds, and those funds were to pay the premiums.
So you get all of these records, and what do you do with them?
I analyzed the records, wrote detailed reports on these records.
Now, during the course of your investigative process, what, if any, interviews did you either participate in or conduct yourself?
I participated in the interview of the accountant, Stephen Weinstein, CPA. I also participated in the interview of Ron Ortigas, the insurance man. I was also part of the interview with Tiffany Rivera, who was an employee at the businesses that the defendant and his brother Keith Caneiro owned. And I was also present with Detective Pat Petrozello, detective at the time, lieutenant now, when he spoke to Yusel Restrepo.
Now, eventually, were you asked to narrow down the focus of your investigation?
Yes, I
Or your
was.
analysis, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was.
And what specifically was that?
I was asked to narrow down the analysis to the years 2017 and 2018, and essentially do a review of the defendant's finances. So essentially following all the monies going into his accounts and all the monies leaving his accounts. Some of these were fixed deposits and fixed expenses, and in these years there were also one-off deposits and one-off expenses.
When we're talking about bank accounts, how many personal bank accounts did the defendant have?
4.
All right, and with regard to that TD trust account, how many accounts was that?
There was 1.
Okay, and then in terms of the businesses, how many bank accounts were there?
A total of 4, because there were 2 businesses, each had an operating account, each had a payroll account.
And just very briefly, the difference between an operating and a payroll account?
The payroll account is going to pay the salaries of your employees for the businesses, and the operating account is paying your fixed expenses and other expenses.
Okay, so right there, what we discussed, that's a total of 9 bank accounts?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing counsel S28.
Okay.
May I approach, sir?
You can.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S28. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is a list of all the 9 accounts that I just described.
Okay. And does this have the bank names of the checking accounts on here?
Yes, this lists the name of the bank. It lists the type of account. It lists the account holders, and it lists the account number.
Judge, permission to publish?
Any objection? Okay, you can publish. I was just about to ask, why is this on the screen?
I didn't put it on.
Okay, we can just turn that off, if you don't mind. Thank you.
She can't see it.
You want the witness to come down?
If we could, Judge, please.
You can. Come on down. Just please make sure you speak up.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Detective Bassender, if you could, can you just take us through each of these and explain what we're looking at here? So, for example, I'm going to draw your attention to where it says number 1. What is that?
Number 1 is the trust account that I've mentioned to you at TD Bank. The title of the account is called ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement, dated July 27th, 1999, listing Keith Caneiro as grantor and Paul Caneiro as trustee. TD Bank has titled this a business checking account. Again, this is reflecting TD Bank, and the account number, is 786-324-5465.
For purposes of the rest of your testimony, is it okay if we refer to the last 4 numbers of the account numbers here?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at number 2?
Number 2 is a personal account, individual checking account maintained at TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account number is 786-239-3837.
Number 3?
Number 3 is a joint checking account maintained at TD Bank, and the account holders are Paul Caneiro and his wife Susan Caneiro. The account number is 786-206-3760.
How about number 4?
Number 4 is a checking account maintained at Affinity Federal Credit Union in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account number is 751-5502.
Number 5?
Number 5 is a TD Convenient Checking Account maintained at TD Bank, a joint account in the name of Caitlin Caneiro, the daughter of Paul Caneiro. So the account is in Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro's name. The account number is 424-931-3886.
Now, numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5, are those the 4 accounts that you spoke of that the defendant has?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to what is number, if you could go through number 6 with us.
Okay, number 6 is an operating account maintained at TD Bank. The operating account is J. Morton Consulting, Inc., doing business as Square One, so I'll refer to the business as Square One. But that is their operating account. The account number is 685-504-1396.
Number 7.
Number 7 is the payroll account at TD Bank for Square One, and the account holder is listed as J. Morton Consulting, Inc., doing business as Square One. The account number is 685-504-1388.
How about number 8?
Number 8 is the operating account maintained at TD Bank in the other business, which is called EcoStar Pest Management, Inc. The account number is 432-041-7234.
And number 9.
Is the payroll account for EcoStar maintained at TD Bank. The account holder name is EcoStar Pest Management, Inc., and the account number is 432-041-7101.
Thank you, Detective. You can have a seat. The bank accounts that are listed up on this board right here, which is S28, did you review the bank statements for each of those accounts?
Yes, I did.
For what years for each?
2014 through 2018, November 20th, 2018.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S29 through S38. I'm showing council first. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, can you just tell me the numbers one more time?
S29
Okay.
through, it would be S38, and then I will take them for each.
Great, thank you.
Detective, but I'm going to ask you, I'm showing you what's been marked as S29 through S38. We're going to start with S29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account number, can I just say the last 4 digits
Yes.
for these? The account number ends in 3837, and the statement period is from December 24th, 2016, and it ends just S29.
Detective, if I could, are these the bank statements for 2017 for 3837?
Yes, and it ends January 23rd, 2018.
Okay, and are there also the deposit slips attached to those bank statements?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and does this correspond to number 2 on the board over there?
If number 2 is 3837, then yes, it does. I can't see from here.
That's okay. All right, I'm going to take that from you. Can you put them right here? S30?
S30 are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro, ending in account number 3837. These statements are dated December 24th, 2017, and they run through December 27th, 2018.
Thank you. And are the bank deposit slips attached?
Yes, they are.
I'll take that from you. S31.
S31 are bank statements from Affinity Federal Credit Union in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account ending in 5502. These statements cover the period January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2017.
S32.
Are bank statements from Affinity Federal Credit Union in the name of Paul Caneiro, ending in 5502. This has a variety of account numbers on it. They are dated January 1st, 2018, and through December 31st, 2018.
Okay, do you see S33?
S33 are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760. These statements period begins December 24th, 2016, and the statement period ends January 23rd, 2018.
S34.
S34 are bank statements from TD Bank. Excuse me. In the name of Paul and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760. The statement period covers December 24th, 2017, and the last date is December 28th, 2018.
S35.
These are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro. The account number ends in 3886. The statement period covers December 14th, 2016, and the statement period concludes on January 13th, 2018.
Okay, and S36.
Are statements from TD Bank in the name of Caitlin Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, ending in account number 3886. The statement period begins on December 14th, 2017, and the last date is December 26th, 2018.
And the last two, S37.
Are statements from TD Bank in the account holder is ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999. Keith Caneiro Grantor, Paul Caneiro Trustee. The ending account number is 5465. The statement period begins January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2017.
Did you mean 2018? Are you? 17, I'm sorry. And finally, S38.
Are statements from TD Bank. The account holder is listed as ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999. Keith Caneiro Grantor, Paul Caneiro Trustee. The account number ends in 5465. The statement period begins January 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2018.
Thank you, Detective. Did you obtain each of these bank statements through legal process?
Yes, I did.
Meaning you obtained them directly from the bank?
Yes, I did.
And did you review each one of them in terms of your conducting your analyses?
Yes, I did.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize your analysis with regards to what you had mentioned earlier, the defendant's revenue, sources of revenue, and sources of income for the years 2017 and 2018?
I prepared a report, and then I also prepared a supplemental report.
Showing defense counsel S39 and S40. I'm showing you what's been marked as S39 and S40. Let's start with S39. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a summary of sources of revenue and income and expenses for the period 2017 and 2018.
Is S39, though, is that a report?
It's
That's your report, right?
it's my report.
Okay, what's
Yes.
the date?
This is dated July 21st, 2025.
Right, and how about S40? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a supplemental report dated December 8th, 2025, and this includes corrections.
Okay, and those, just to be clear, those are both your reports that you created, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what, if any, summary charts of your analyses did you create?
I created a summary chart of revenue for 2018, and I created a summary chart of expenses for 2017 and 18.
And where are those summary charts reflected?
They are reflected in the most updated summary charts are reflected in the December 8th, 2025 report.
So S40?
Yes.
Specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to pages three on that report.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
Page 3 lists the sources of revenue and income for the years 2017 and 18.
How about pages 4 and 5? What does that reflect?
4 and 5 reflect expenses for the years 2017 and 18.
Are you aware of whether there were any boards prepared to reflect pages 3 through 5 of your report?
Yes.
Showing council has been marked as S40A and S40B. May I first judge?
You can.
I'm going to start, Detective, with S40A. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's the chart I prepared of sources of revenue and income for the years 2017 and 18.
And is this board, is this in the same exact condition with the same exact substance as what is in your report on pages?
Yes, on page 3.
Page 3. I'm showing you what's been marked as S40A. B, I'm sorry. What is this?
This is the chart of the expenses for the years 2017 and 2018.
And is this reflected on pages 4 and 5 of your report?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the exact same condition as it is in your report?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to start with expenses. Permission to publish S40B.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
You can. You're fine.
I'm sorry, Judge, just a moment. Detective, just to make it easier, I'm going to show you, and I'll show counsel, just what's been marked as S28. Just a copy of that board. Can you just tell us what that is?
This is the listing of the 9 accounts that I previously spoke about and are listed on the board over there.
Okay, so that is, I forget the number, I just want to be clear for the record. A reflection of S28.
Yes.
I'm going to ask to keep that with you, just so you have it to reference.
Okay.
All right. S40B, which is reflected on pages 4 and 5 of your expert report. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you just generally explain what we're looking at?
Yes. This is the list of expenses for the years 2017 and 18. It covers categories to include tax debt, mortgage payments, auto loan and lease payments, credit card payments, insurance payments, utility payments, educational costs, and miscellaneous payments, as well as payments made to Canada Life Insurance Company.
think, if you don't mind, I think it would be better if you put it right in the middle, so then everyone can see it. It's kind of in the middle for everyone. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, go ahead.
With a total listing per year for 17 and also 18.
Okay, so there's essentially the categories that go down through 2017 and then 2018?
Yes,
Okay, and then each category has a total, is that right?
yes,
And then is there a total expenditure reflected for 2017
yes,
and 2018?
yes.
Okay. Let's start with the first category. What does that say, the first category at the top?
Tax debt,
Okay, and what is listed under tax debt?
these are payments made to the Internal Revenue Service. Payments were made in amounts of approximately $1,265 a month. In the year 2017, there was a larger payment within that year. So for 2017, the total payments made to the IRS is $40,523. And in 2018, total payments made to the IRS were $15,107.
And just to be clear, these payments came from which of the 4 accounts of the defendants? You could just say the last 4 numbers.
It came from number 2, the account ending in 3837, the defendant's personal account.
Okay. Do you know what kind of payments they were? Electronic?
Electronic.
checks, Electronic. What is the next category?
The next category is mortgage. These payments were made to City Mortgage. The payments were in the amount of approximately $3,050 per month. In 2017, those payments totaled $36,600. In 2018, the payments totaled $33,550.
Which of the defendant's 4 bank accounts did those come from?
These payments were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
What type of payments were they?
Electronic payments.
What is the next category?
The next category is auto loan and lease. The defendant had 3 Porsche leases, and in 2017, those lease payments totaled $39,846.51. And in 2018, those payments totaled $25,906.90. These were electronic payments made from account 2, ending in 3837.
And what is right under that?
Alley Financial Auto. This was a payment. The defendant purchased a 2016 Jeep Wrangler in the amount of approximately $49,696 from Reedman Toll Auto World in Pennsylvania. The auto loan was obtained from Alley Bank, and the term of the loan was 60 months, 5 years. The monthly payment was $828.28, and this totaled in 2017 $10,054.97, and in 2018 payments totaled $9,906.20.
And which of the defendant's 4 bank accounts did those payments come from?
These payments came from account number 2, ending in 3837.
The next category says credit cards. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When you're talking about credit cards, are those personal credit cards, business, or something else?
These credit cards here specifically, there's 2 credit cards from the American Express credit card company that are in the defendant's name. One credit card is in the defendant's name solely, and the other credit card, I observed the wife and children also having a card attached to that account. The defendant utilized 2 bank accounts, number 2, ending in 3837, and also number 4 from Affinity Federal Credit Union, ending in 5502. So those 2 accounts made payments to those 2 credit cards in both years.
So I'm sorry, just for the first one, American Express, the first one, in order, for 2017, what was the total payments?
$143,049.08.
How about 2018?
$120,085.51.
Now, for the next one under that, the American Express, for 2017, what was the total expenditure that the defendant paid?
$18,342.13.
2018?
$43,044.35.
The next credit card listed says Bank of America. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what is the total expenditure for 2017?
$15,623.96.
In 2018?
$20,089.51.
And from which bank account of the 4 bank accounts did that come from?
Account number 2, ending in 3837.
The next credit card, Chase card.
Chase card in 2017, payments totaled $7,281.83. And in 18, payments totaled $3,473. These payments were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
The next one, TD retail card. Do you see that?
Yes, in 2017 and in 2018, payments were $1,680 in each year, and those payments were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
And finally, the Citibank card.
Citibank in 2017, payments totaling $12,473.11 were made, and in 2018, payments in the amount of $6,211 were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
The next category lists insurance. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is Chubb and Son?
Chubb and Son is an insurance company where the defendant maintained his homeowner's policy.
Okay, and can you please tell us what the total expense was for 2017?
Yes, in 2017, the amount was $5,137.94, and in 2018, the amount was $2,905.81.
And that came from what bank account?
Account 2, ending in 3837.
And by the way, these payments that we're referring to, are they electronic payments?
Electronic.
Okay. Utilities, do you see that category?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Utilities consisted of First Energy, JCP&L. Payments for 2017 amounted to $5,147.84. In 2018, payments amounted to $4,915.05.
The next category is New Jersey Natural Gas.
In 2017, payments totaled $3,275.24, and in 2018, payments totaled $2,519.29.
New Jersey American Water.
In 2017, payments totaled $1,682.14. In 2018, payments totaled $1,436.13.
And finally, Township of Ocean Sewer.
Payments totaled $460 for both 2017 and 2018.
Did all of those utility payments come from the same bank account?
Yes, account number 2, ending in 3837.
The next category is educational costs. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So let's start with, I want to start with 2018. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, this is educational costs that were paid to Discover, which indicated on the payment it was a student loan payment. In 2018, the payment total was $2,525.
Over the course of your review, Detective, did you see any other payments from any of the defendant's accounts in 2018 that went to some sort of educational or school loan?
I did not.
Now, let's go to 2017. What is that?
This is a payment to Brookdale Community College in the amount of $1,757.50, which was made from account 2 ending in 3837.
Right, and we get to the miscellaneous category. Do you see where it says Woodshire Apartments?
Yes,
Okay, and under 2017, there's a total listed there. What is that?
$2,673.
And what is Woodshire Apartments?
It is an apartment complex in Ocean Township.
Did any of the witnesses that you spoke to that you mentioned earlier live in Woodshire Apartments?
Yes,
Who's that?
Yusel Restrepo.
Yardy Service is next.
Yardy Service in 2017, payments totaled $3,666
And where did that come from? Which account?
from the defendant's account number 2 ending in 3837.
Restoration Hardware.
Restoration Hardware payments totaled $15,720.47 in 2017. In 2018, payments totaled $7,701.17.
And where did those come from?
Account number 2 ending in 3837.
Next category is Tiffany and Company. Do you see that?
Yes. In 2017, payments totaled $17,714, and in 2018, payments totaled $2,625.
And they came from which bank account?
Account number 2 ending in 3837.
Volkswagen Audi. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell us, so it's just 2018, is that accurate?
Yes.
What was the total amount?
The total amount was $9,920.78.
Okay, and that came from which account?
Account number 2 ending in 3837.
Did you review the records from Volkswagen Audi?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what, if anything, did you learn from those records?
That Yusel Restrepo leased a 2018 Audi Q5 SUV from Audi in Eatontown. The invoice was listed at $53,766.13. The payments were made from the defendant's account to VW Credit in the amount stated.
Now, the last category on there is Canada Life Insurance Company, Keith Caneiro Trust. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and under 2017, what is the amount listed?
$19,880.
Okay, and that came from which of the defendant's accounts?
That came from account number 2 ending in 3837.
Was there anything paid to Canada Life in 2018 from any of the defendant's personal accounts?
No.
Okay, so what is the total expenses in 2017?
$402,588.72.
And how about 2018?
$314,061.70.
Before we move on to the sources of revenue that you analyzed, I just want to ask you some questions about Canada Life. So if you could tell us, and I think you may have said it before, but just clarify, what is Canada Life?
Canada Life Assurance Company is the company where the Keith Caneiro life insurance policy was held.
And I think before you indicated that you obtained records from Canada Life.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and those records, did they include Keith Caneiro's whole life insurance policy?
Yes, it did.
Did those records include Keith Caneiro's application for that policy?
Yes, it did.
And did those records include the trust document itself?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you review those 3 documents?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I'm showing counsel what is marked as S26, S42, and then S43. May I approach?
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S26, S42, and S43. We'll start with S26. What is that?
S26 is the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement.
Okay, and how about S42?
S42 is the Canada Life Assurance Company policy.
And S43?
Is the Canada Life Assurance Company application.
I'd like you to take a look, if we could, at S26 first, the Keith Caneiro irrevocable life insurance, I'm sorry, S42, the Keith Caneiro whole life insurance policy. Do you see that?
Yes.
How many pages is that document?
17.
Are the terms of the life insurance policy contract outlined in that document?
Yes.
If we could go, what is on page 1 of that document?
Page 1 is the cover sheet for the whole life insurance policy.
Okay, and page 2,
Page 2 is the table of contents,
and page 3 is what?
policy details.
Judge's statement seek permission to publish S42.
Any objection?
Could we just go to sidebar?
You can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into this, we're going to take our mid-morning break now, just to give everyone a chance to take a break. We'll start back up at 10 minutes after 10, first time reading a clock. So you guys want to just take your break, don't discuss this case, don't do any research. We'll be back out at 10 after 10. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, we left off looking at S42, the Keith Caneiro whole life insurance policy. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And Judge, I asked for permission to publish, and I think I gave the court a copy.
I do. I have a copy of that. There was no objection to it, so go ahead.
Detective, I believe you indicated, how many pages is this?
17.
We can, all right. Do you see what's on the screen?
I do.
That's page 1?
Yes.
All right, is that essentially just the cover page of the policy?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we could scroll, just go through to page 2, please. Is that the table of contents?
Yes.
All right, finally, I want to get to page 3. Do you see page 3, Detective?
Yes.
Okay, is there a policy number listed?
Yes.
What is that?
2661587.
Who is the insured listed as?
Keith M. Caneiro,
And is there an age?
31,
And what is the face value amount listed?
$3 million.
And what is the policy date listed?
July 28th, 1999.
If we could go to page 13, please. Detective, do you see in the middle of the page where it says beneficiary?
Yes.
This is the only time I'm going to ask you to do this, but if you could, can you please read that for us because the print is smaller here?
Sure. While the insured is living, you may appoint one or more beneficiaries and may revoke an appointment unless you made it irrevocable. If you have reserved the right to change the beneficiary, you may do so by written request. You must revoke any previous appointments and designate the new person or persons to be beneficiary or beneficiaries. Continue.
Yes, please, just one
No.
beneficiary.
No appointment or change in appointment will take effect unless we receive the request. When received, the request will take effect as of the date it was signed, subject to payment or other action taken by us before it was received. The beneficiaries of this policy shall be as stated in the application unless later changed. We will pay the amount due at the death of the insured under the beneficiary appointment in effect at the date of death. If more than one beneficiary has been appointed and one or more of them dies, the proceeds will be paid to the surviving beneficiaries equally unless otherwise designated. If no other beneficiary is alive at the date of the insured, or if none has been appointed, we will pay the proceeds to you or to your estate.
Detective, who To your knowledge, if you know, based upon your review of these documents, who was the beneficiary of this life insurance policy contract?
The Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Trust
And where is that listed specifically?
on the application.
Can I take that out for you? I'm going to ask you to take a look at S-43 now. Do you see that as Detective S-43?
Yes, on my copy.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the application.
The application? Okay, and how many pages is it?
This is
And I'm sorry, they're not numbered, so if you don't mind.
9,
How many?
I believe 9.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish?
You can. We've already discussed that with defense counsel.
Okay. If we could just go down to page 6, please. Detective, do you see this page in front of you?
Yes,
Okay. Are there signatures on there?
yes,
Okay. And then is there a date?
yes.
What is the date that this is signed?
August 9th, 1999.
Okay, if we could just go to section 1 on page 1, please. Detective, I'm going to refer your attention to that section, section 1, page 1. And is there some information in section 1, page 1?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, is there a name up there?
The primary insured information
Yes.
is Keith M. Caneiro.
Okay, and the address is listed as New York?
Yes.
Okay, and then the employer is listed as what?
J. Martin Consulting, Inc., which is Square One.
If we could scroll down now, we're still on page 1, section 4. Do you see where it says owner information?
Yes.
Okay, and what does it say up there as to owner information?
The owner is Keith Caneiro, Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999.
And what is the address listed as?
27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Okay, and what's listed in front of that address, though?
Paul Caneiro as trustee, in parentheses, settler.
If we can now look at, it's still page 1, but section 5 right there where it says beneficiaries, do you see that?
Yes.
And what is listed as the beneficiary?
Under primary, it's listed Paul Caneiro, trustee of the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999, and the address as 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
All right, still on page 1, if I'm going to direct your attention to section 6 where it says premium payment, do you see that?
Yes,
Do you see section A, mode?
yes.
Okay, and what is that list?
An annual premium payment.
Did that later change at some point?
Yes,
What did it change to in terms of the frequency of the premium payments?
to quarterly.
Okay, and do you see section B where it says send premium notice to owners?
Yes.
Okay, and what is listed there?
The box residence is checked off, and the address for that residence is 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Just to be clear, whose address is that?
The defendant, Paul Caneiro.
Okay, if we can go to page 2, please, section 8. You see where it says, in the middle of the page, sort of at the top, whole life,
Yes,
and then section B,
yes,
face value amount, what is listed there?
$3 million.
Okay, and then looking down at section 8, where it says automatic premium loan, question mark, and a yes or no, what is checked off?
Yes,
And then we looked at the signatures on page 6. Thank you. Detective, in the course of your review of the Canada Life documents, did you review something called the Canada Life Annual Policy Statements?
yes.
How many specifically did you review?
Counter life policy statements, well, the policy was 17 pages. I reviewed the policy and the application and the trust agreement.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you review the annual life policy statements for 2017 and 2018?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm showing council what's been marked as S44 and S45. Judge, may I approach?
You can.
I have copies.
Thank you.
Generally speaking, Detective, do you recognize S44 and S45?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are the annual policy statement for 2017 dated July 28th, 17, and also dated July 28th, 2018 from Canada Life,
Okay, so S44 corresponds with what? What year?
2017.
Okay, is there a date on there?
Yes, the date of the statement is July 28th, 2017.
And is the frequency of the premium payments indicated on those two documents?
Yes,
And what is that?
quarterly.
Okay, and how about those payments? Is there an amount listed?
Yes,
And what is that?
$7,854.60.
Is there an address listed on there?
There is an address up top for the statement,
And what address is that?
27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Okay, moving on to S45, what year does that correspond to with regard to the annual policy statements?
2018,
What is the date on there?
July 28th, 2018,
And how many pages is that one?
2 pages.
Okay, and is the same information with regards to the premium payments listed on there?
Yes,
Okay. And is that the same amount, the $7,854.60 per quarter?
yes.
Take this back from there. Before we move on, Detective, to the sources of revenue that you analyzed, I want to ask you some questions about the TD Trust Bank account 5465, named ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement. You indicated that you reviewed bank records pertaining to this account?
Yes,
Okay. And did you obtain, I think you said you obtained those through legal process?
yes, I did.
Okay. Now, earlier I had showed you S37 and S38, the bank statements from that account for the years 2017 and 18. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How far back did the statements go that you reviewed?
Back to 2014.
Okay. What kind of an account is this?
This account is a business convenient checking account offered by TD Bank.
And when was it opened?
This account was opened May 25th, 2006.
When you reviewed the documents that you received from that TD Bank account in regards to this, did you receive a business signature card?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
Signature card lists the account holders of the account.
I'm showing counsel S46. May I approach, Judge?
You can. Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize S46?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the business signature card for the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999.
Okay, and is there a date on that signature card?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
May 25th, 2016.
Okay, and is there other information listed at the top?
Yes, there
What
is.
is that?
The account holder, Keith Caneiro as grantor, Paul Caneiro as trustee. The full account number of the account, which ends in 5465. Paul Caneiro's name is listed as the vice president and a signature. And Keith Caneiro is listed as president.
Let me take that back from you. Detective, during the course of your review, were you able to determine how this particular account, 5456, the TD Trust account, was funded?
Yes.
How was that?
This account was funded through payroll checks from Keith Caneiro, from J. Martin, and then in time, it was from J. Martin and EcoStar.
Okay,
They
sorry.
were direct deposits into the account from payroll.
Aside from those direct deposits from payroll, did you see this account being funded in any other way?
In 2017 and 18, no.
Based upon your review of these bank statements for 2017 and 2018, where were funds going out of from this account and to?
Funds were going out to the defendant's bank accounts and Canada Life.
Anywhere else besides the defendant's bank accounts and Canada Life?
No.
You say defendant's bank accounts. Did it go to did the monies go to multiple accounts or just one?
Multiple accounts.
Okay, of the board I believe it's S28. Can you just tell us which accounts you saw money going into in 2017 and 18 from the TD Trust checking account 5465?
Yes, collectively for both years, funds went into account number 2 in the name of Paul Caneiro, TD Bank, ending in 3837. Funds in both years went into the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3760. And in 2017, funds went into the account of Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3886.
Detective, when you prepared your report and your summary chart of the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 18, did you include these funds in that chart?
Yes, I did.
Detective, I previously showed you what's been marked as S40A, the sources of revenue. Judge, the state would seek permission to publish that.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
You can.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, when you looked at the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 2018, were you able to identify any steady or consistent streams of revenue that he received for those years?
Yes, I did.
And on the chart specifically, can you point to us where that would be?
Yes, steady streams of revenue occurred in the category titled disability. Also, business income, and under the title Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust, which is under additional revenue sources.
Now, there are other sources of revenue on that chart, right?
Yes,
What were those, generally speaking?
could be a loan, could be a distribution from a 401k, it could be one-off deposits into the account as a revenue stream.
Let's start with the first category, disability insurance payments. What is listed as the first item under that category?
The first item is disability benefits that came from U.S. Treasury Social Security. In 2017, the total was $141,364, and in 2018, the total is $29,352.
Now, for the year 2017 and 2018, did all of those payments go into one of those 4 accounts of the defendants?
Yes,
Which one was that?
into account number 2, ending in 3837.
Okay. For the time frame of 2018, you indicated that the defendant received $29,352.
Yes.
Do you recall what dates he received those payments on?
They were typically monthly payments in amounts ranging from $1,700 through $2,527.
The second category says Sun Life disability insurance payments. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just explain to us what that is?
Yes. Jay Martin, also known as Square One, had used Sun Life as their company to provide disability to employees. That's where Sun Life comes in through the company.
Okay, and in 2017, how much did the defendant collect from that?
$60,000 in 2017, and in 2018, $9,540.
Now, what in 2017, what bank account did those funds go into?
These funds went into account number 23837
And
at
how
TD
about
Bank.
in 2018?
In 18, there were two checks. Excuse me. In 18, they went into account 23837. I want to retract that. In 18, there were two checks in November and December of 18, and they went into the joint account of Susan and Paul Caneiro, ending in 3760.
Do you recall the specific dates of those two checks in 2018?
Yes. One check is dated November 20th, 2018, in the amount of $2,110. And the second check is dated December 20th, 2018, in the amount of $7,430.
The next category says Unum disability insurance payments. What is that?
Unum Disability is a private disability plan obtained by the defendant.
In 2017, how much revenue did the defendant receive from that plan?
In both years, he received the same amount, which is $104,390 into account number 2, ending in 3837.
Okay, the next category lists business income. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first item under there, I'm going to draw your attention to where it says J. Martin Square One. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now, in 2017, how much revenue did the defendant and his family receive through payroll from the businesses?
In 2017, $108,636. In 2018, the amount is $117,851.
Just to clarify, does that reflect a gross or a net?
Gross.
Now, in 2017, was there also an auto reimbursement that the defendant and his family received?
Yes.
What was that?
$27,290.11. And in 2018, $36,627.19.
Was that a lump sum or something else?
It was a lump sum added into the paycheck.
Would they receive it all at once, I'm asking, or was it put into the paycheck each pay period?
It was put into the paycheck.
Okay.
So you would have gross pay plus the auto reimbursement, then the deductions.
Understood. What, if any, other benefits did the defendant and his family receive through the businesses?
The business paid their health insurance.
And the next category under business is EcoStar. Do you see that?
Yes.
And for 2017, what was the amount that was received through income from the payroll to the defendant and his family?
$5,400 in 2017, and in 2018, $26,400.
And again, does that reflect gross or net?
Gross.
Now, I should back up. I should have asked you this. Let's go back for a second to J. Martin Square One. In 2017, that $108,636, which account did that go into?
That went into the defendant's account. One moment.
Just if you're referring to your report.
I am referring to my report. Okay. In 2017, all the deposits were deposited into Affinity Federal Credit Union, account number 4. In 2018, they continued to be deposited into that account. However, on October 12th, 2018, through the end of November 2018, those deposits also went into account number 2, 3837.
Okay, and just to clarify, 3837 and the 1515 account?
5502. It's same, interchangeable. If you hear us say 1515 or 5502, the account was one number and then the bank changed it over to another number. It's the same account.
Whose names were those accounts in?
5502 is in the name of Paul Caneiro.
And 3837 as well?
Correct.
We just spoke about EcoStar, and you had indicated that, I believe in 2017, the payment was $5,400 for that year. What bank account did that go into?
Those deposits, I'm referring to my report, in 2017
And I would draw your attention to page 4 of S39.
yes, went into account 2, 3837.
Okay, and how about in 2018?
Those deposits also went into 3837, but again, later on in 2018, from October 19th, 18 through November 30th, they also went into 5502.
Okay. Now, the next category is Pacific Life Insurance Company,
Yes,
and there's just the 1 year there, 2017.
yes.
Okay. What is Pacific Life Insurance Company?
Pacific Life Insurance Company is a company that the business paid quarterly premium payments for life insurance. When you are on disability, your quarterly premium stops. So the business paid those quarterly premiums. At this point, the defendant, Paul Caneiro, was on disability. So this amount of $3,665.95 reflects Pacific Life giving back that premium payment, which he deposited into his account 23837. It's a one-off deposit.
Thank you. The next category is loans from 401k. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In total, in 2017 and 2018, how many loans were taken from the 401k?
Actually, in 17, there's one, and it is a distribution of $28,350.
Okay. Do you recall the date that that was distributed?
April 4th, 2017 is when it was applied for. And on April 14th, 2017 is when the deposit occurred into account number 3, ending in 3760, the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro.
Okay. Do you recall I'm going to draw your attention to April 14th of 2017, was there any monies later transferred on that date from that sum into a different account?
Yes. So on April 14th, 2017, the $28,350 was deposited into the joint account 3760. 3 days later, on April 17th, a transfer was made from that account number 3, into account number 2, the defendant's account at TD Bank ending in 3837. The amount of the transfer was $27,200.
I'm going to draw your attention to the next category, which is April of 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and just explain to us what we're looking at here and what that source of revenue, where that came from.
Okay. This is a loan taken out from their employer's 401k. The loan was applied for on April 23rd, 2018.
And how much was that loan?
$14,000. the amount deposited into the account after fees was $14,093.74.
Okay. When was that amount deposited?
The amount of the deposit after the fees was on April 30th, 2018, and it came from Ameritrade Trust Company in the amount of $14,008.74, and that was deposited into the joint account with Susan and Paul Caneiro, account 3, ending in 3760.
Was any monies transferred from there into any of the defendant's other accounts?
Yes, on the same day, $14,000 was transferred into account 2, number 3837.
And finally, under May of 2018, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
Okay. This was a distribution. It was a hardship withdrawal applied for by Susan Caneiro in the amount of $50,000. After withholdings, deposit in the amount of $43,672.50 was deposited into the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro, account 3760, and that deposit occurred on May 15th, 2018.
Was money transferred from that account, from that deposit anywhere else?
Yes, of the $43,672.50 that was deposited into the account, on the exact same day, $43,000 was transferred out and into the defendant's account number 2, ending in 3837.
Next category is bank account revenue sources. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Bank account revenue sources, consider this a revenue stream because in 2017, a total of $12,346.72 came into the defendant's account number 2, 3837. The transfers all came from Square One, which is account number 6, J. Martin Consulting, Square One operating account. So transfers came in from the operating account, they stayed in the defendant's account, funds were not paid back, so it's on the chart as a revenue stream for 2017.
Now, in 2018, it looks like $21,548.86. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and there's a little, like a negative sign?
a negative.
Okay, what does that reflect?
Okay. So in this year, there was approximately $5,000 and change. I can be exact if you have bank statements in front of me, but there was a transfer from the same Square One account for over $5,000 into the defendant's personal account number 2 at 3837. After that, there were 4 transfers back into that business account. And those 4 transfers back totaled approximately $27,000. What I did is gave the defendant credit because I'll make it easy math. 5 came in, 27 went back, the difference is 22. That's easy math. I can give you the exact dates and amounts of the transfers and give you the exact. So I gave him credit for $21,548.86.
That's okay, but is that the accurate amount?
Yes.
That's on the chart?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially the defendant paid money from his personal account into the operating account?
Yes.
Okay. Was that from 3837?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, underneath, we have EcoStar operating account. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, in 2018 was an amount, what is that?
$4,700.
Okay, and can you explain that to us?
Yes. In 2018, there were 4 transfers that went from EcoStar Pest Management Inc. operating account ending in 7234, which is number 8 on your chart. The dates and the amounts are as follows. On September 12, 2018, $2,500. On September 13, 2018, $500. On September 18th, 2018, $1,000. On October 18th, 2018, $700, totaling $4,700 into the defendant's account.
Okay, and then the next sources of revenue, it says additional revenue sources, do you see that?
Yes.
Right, the first category says checks from Usel Restrepo, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and for 2017, what is the total?
$2,257.
And 2018?
$920.99.
Next category says Penn State University refunds, do you see that?
Yes.
In 2017, how much was that?
$4,414.
And what was that, essentially?
A refund from Penn State University.
Okay, and then the next category is Chubb Insurance Company, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and just refresh us as to what that is.
That is the company where the defendant maintains his homeowner's insurance policy.
Okay, and for 2018, you list $73,512. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that all one lump sum, or was it broken up?
No, there was a Chubb payout on two separate claims. One claim was in the amount of $62,753.68. That claim was in February of 2018, and then in March 2nd, 2018, a second claim in the amount of $10,759 was paid out. So this was a one-off revenue stream for those years, and they were included as a revenue stream.
Okay. The next category that you have is, and I believe it's the last category, is the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust, TD Bank 5465. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the TD Trust account that we have been speaking about?
Yes.
Okay, and it's listed as number 1 up on the number S28?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to us what we're looking at in your summary chart for 2017 and 18, please.
In 2017, a total of $33,680 was deposited into accounts in the defendant's name or joint accounts in the defendant's name.
From where?
These were deposited into account 2, Paul Caneiro, ending in 3837. The joint account, number 3, Paul Caneiro, Susan Caneiro, ending in 3760. And account number 5, Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, ending in 3886.
Okay, but just to be clear, the $33,680, that came from where?
It came from the account number 1, ending in 5465, the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated 7/20/799.
And how about 2018? How much revenue did the defendant receive from that TD Trust account?
$44,500.
I want to discuss and stay on, you know what, before we do that, let me ask you this. How did you first identify these electronic transfers out of that trust account into the defendant's bank accounts?
In reviewing the bank statements for the trust account, again, when I refer to the trust account, it's account number 1, I saw where the money was coming from. I then went back to those source documents, and I saw where the money was going to, and I went to those source documents, bank accounts, or companies.
So just to clarify, during the course of your investigation of all of the bank accounts, what did you review first?
The trust account.
And from there, that led you to?
Other accounts. So from there, when I saw the sources coming in, which was payroll and the businesses, I then through legal process obtained business accounts, bank accounts for both businesses operating in payroll. I also received documentation from the payroll companies. I saw funds going out to Canada Life, so I was able to get through legal process documents from Canada Life. I saw payments, also transfers being made to account number 2, Paul Caneiro, ending in 3837 at TD Bank. I saw transfers going to Paul and Susan's account at TD Bank, account number 3, ending in 3760. And I also saw a transfer going to Caitlin and Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3886.
Okay. We spoke about this earlier, but I just want to be clear. Now, in 2017, the defendant did pay some money from his personal bank account directly to Canada Life, right?
Yes,
Okay. And specifically, that is reflected, or was reflected in S40B under expenses for 2017, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was $19,880 that you did.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall which account that came from?
the two payments for $19,880. I just want to go back to refer to my report. They were made from account 2 ending in 3837.
And what types of transactions were those payments?
They were electronic payments made to Canada Life.
Was there anything, any sort of corroborating documentation that you reviewed from Canada Life indicating that the insurance company did in fact receive those payments from the defendant?
Yes, there were checks. So when I say it was electronic transfer, online bill pay, the recipient of the bill pay actually gets a check number on bill pay, even though it's an electronic submission. They receive a check.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S47 and 48. Judge, may I approach for
You
your
can.
thoughts?
Thank you.
Detective, if you can look at S47 first, what are we looking at?
S47 is a check paid to Canada Life Assurance Company. It's dated July 19th, 2017, in the amount of $8,000. And this came from the account of Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, account number ending in 3837.
Okay. And S48 is what?
S48 is a check paid to Canada Life Assurance Company in the amount of $11,880, dated August 2nd, 2017. This check was issued from the account of Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3837.
Thank you. Detective, I want to talk to you about the defendant's bank account 3837, specifically for the year 2017. If I showed you that bank account, would you be able to identify for us each transaction in that account where the defendant transferred money out of that TD Trust account into 3837?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, and I'll show counsel first as S29. Detective, I showed you S39. Do you recognize that?
I do.
I'm sorry, 29. But for S29, I believe that is.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a TD Bank account in the name of Paul Caneiro. Account number ending in 3837. The statement period begins on December 24th, 2016.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish the bank account and bank statements.
Counsel?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, you can.
There should be an undo button up there.
Should be in the bottom corner there. It's undo button. Do we have the little stylus for her? For the witness?
On your screen,
Yes?
there's in the corner, there's a little undo button, right hand corner.
Where? Here?
Yeah, it should pop up, and you just hold
Is that
it
it?
down. Yeah, 3 seconds.
It's in the black area on the right. You can almost not see it.
All the way to the right in the bottom corner.
Yeah, if you look at the screen, in the bottom right.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. This here?
Yeah.
Keep it there.
One more. Yeah.
All right.
We can go to the first page just to orient us. At the top of the page, on the right, where it says statement period, what is that?
December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
Okay. What dates of the month do the bank statements start and end on here?
They start on the 24th, they end on the 23rd.
Okay, and just to clarify, the pages are numbered that way, so with the 24th being page 1, and then the last page would be the last page. The last
Correct.
page, okay. We can go to page 3, please, for a moment. Just to get us familiar with the layout of this. So the top right of the page up there, what are we looking at? What date is this?
It's dated statement period December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017. The first transaction on the statement is dated January 3rd, which would be 2017,
And the account number on this is what?
ending in 3837.
Detective, if I ask you to identify each time that a transfer was made into this account from the TD Trust Bank account, would you be able to do that?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if we could please go to February 16th. Detective, during this time period and on this page, February 16th, do you see any transfers coming in from that TD checking account?
I do.
Can you point that out for us?
On February 16th, an electronic transfer credit occurred in the amount of $2,400.
Can we scroll up just a little bit so we can see the debits? And just please go up to the top of the page if you could. All right, so just to be clear, so it says debit, right?
Yes,
And then credit.
yes,
Okay, and then balance. And
Correct.
those are the columns. Okay,
Correct.
if you could just, I'm sorry, go back to February 16th. Thank you. Can you circle for us where you see that?
$2,400.
Yes. And then just circle for us or underline the last 4 digits of the bank account from which that came. Okay. I'm going to direct your attention now to March 17th. Oh, actually.
Stay there for a minute, we gotta go back.
I have to hit undo.
No, hold on for a minute, go back. Set it back up where it was. No, down to the 2,400. Oh, too far.
Sorry, just touch this a little. I know. It's touching.
Okay, can we print that? That is S29.1. All right, we can now undo it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll direct your attention now to March 17th. Detective, do you see any transfers on March 17th from the TD Trust account?
Yes,
Can you please identify that by circling it?
there was a deposit in the amount of $1,500, which was an electronic transfer credit from the trust on March 17th.
And can you just underline the last 4 digits from where it came? Thank you.
We can print that, that's S29.2. You can undo it. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to draw your attention now to April 7th. Do you see any transfers on April 7th from the trust account on that date?
Yes,
And the same thing, if you could circle it and underline the last 4 digits.
$1,000.
Print that, please, 29.3.
on that date?
$2,000 transfer on June 16th.
29.4 in print.
I'm going to direct your attention to June 20th.
$4,000 transfer, electronic.
Print that as 29.5, please.
I'm going to direct your attention now, if we can go to July 21st of 2017. Detective, I'm going to draw your attention to July 21st of 2017. It looks like there's a number of transactions, but the second one from the top, do you see that?
To Canada Life?
Yes.
Yes.
To Canada Life, okay. And that was for $8,000?
Yes.
Okay, does that correspond with the checks that I showed you that went to Canada Life?
Yes.
And that is from the defendant's account, that's him paying Canada Life?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it says next to 721, just tell us what that says.
TD Bank bill paycheck, Canada Life Assurance Company, check number 995345.
Thank you. If we could please go, I'm going to direct your attention to July 28th now. Transfers from the TD account on that date?
$7,000 on July 28th.
Print that also, 29.7. You can undo that one. Thank you.
Detective, you can undo, you can undo though. I'm going to direct your attention, if we could go to August 2nd of 2017. Detective, do you see where there's a payment of $11,880
Yes.
to Canada Life?
Yes.
Okay, and again, does this correspond to one of the two checks, payments that the defendant did in fact make to Canada Life from this bank account in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have to circle it. We didn't circle the last one. I just want to remain consistent. I just want to point it out, though, for the jury. And is there a check number under Canada Life Assurance Company?
Yes.
Okay. If we can, I'm going to direct your attention now to December 1st. Detective, do you see any transfers on, I think if we can just go up a little bit. Oh, down. Okay. Do you see any transfers here on December 1st?
10,500.
Thank you. You're underlining for the record the last four digits, 5465.
Yes.
Print that as 29.8. You can undo it.
I'm going to direct your attention now to 1218. Transfers here from the TD checking account that you see?
Yes, 2,500 from account 5465.
29.9. Please pray it. You gonna do it?
Finally, I'm gonna direct your attention to 1227. Any transfers from the TD checking account here that you see on 1227?
Yes, $1,000 from 5465.
Print that as 29.10.
Take this down. Showing council what has been marked. Actually, let me ask the credit question. Detective, you indicated that you noticed in 2017 multiple transfers going into multiple of the defendant's bank accounts for that year.
Yes.
Did you notice any going into the joint checking account 3760 in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S33. I'm showing counsel. Yes. I don't know if there's legal in the I'll take that back. Detective, do you recognize S33?
Yes, these are TD bank statements in the name of Paul Caneiro and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760, which is number 3 on the chart. And this is for the statement period December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
And just for the record, how many transfers, if you recall, were into this account for 2017 from the TD Trust account?
1 transfer.
One. Okay. Judge, permission to publish?
Counsel?
Oh, no objection, Judge.
Okay, you can.
Okay, just to orient us again, the top of the page, what are we looking at the right, the date?
The statement period is December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017, involving account number 3760. This is a joint account with Paul and Susan Caneiro at TD Bank.
Okay, but despite the date, this is the entire year of 2017, is that right, these records?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to May 9th. Detective, do you see any transfers coming in from the TD Trust account on that date?
1,500 on May 9th.
Print that as 33.1.
Detective, we can take this down, please. Thank you. Detective, which of the other bank accounts that the defendant had did you notice any transfers coming from the TD Trust checking account in 2017?
There was a transfer made to the TD Bank account with Caitlin and Paul Caneiro, ending in 3886.
How many?
1.
Just one? Okay. Showing counsel S35. I'm showing you what's been marked as S35. I'll take the other ones back. Thank you. Detective, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
These are TD Bank statements in the name of Caitlin Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, ending in account number 3886, and the statement period is December 14th, 2016 through January 13th, 2017.
Permission to publish?
No objection.
Okay, Ken?
Detective, what is the last 4 digits on this account?
3886.
And just to be clear, are these the statements from 3886 for the entirety of 2017?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to refer your attention to February 21st. Yes, I'm sorry. Detective, on December 21st, did you see any transfers from the TD trust account into this account?
On February 21st, I do, $280 coming from the trust account.
Okay, and I see that you've underlined the amount and underlined the last four digits.
Yes.
35.1, please print.
Take those back. In sum, Detective, what was the total amount of transfers from the TD Trust account 5465 into the defendant's bank accounts in 2017?
$33,680.
I want to move on to 2018 now. On the chart S40A, under sources of revenue, do you see where it reflects the TD Trust checking account?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the total amount there?
That amount is $44,500.
Which bank accounts of the defendants did those sums go into, or that sum go into?
Account 2, the defendant's account ending in 3837, and account 3, the joint account with the defendant and his wife ending in 3760.
So in 2018, how much money did the defendant pay to Canada Life, if any, from his personal bank accounts?
0.
Okay. If I were to show you the bank accounts for 2018, specifically 3837 first, would you be able to identify those transfers for us?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel which is S30. Detective, do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
These are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro. Account number ending in 3837. Statement period covers December 24th, 2017 through January 23rd, 2018.
Like we did with 2017, would you be able to identify each of the transfers that the defendant made into this account from the TD Trust checking account?
Yes.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Again, just for purposes of identification, is there a bank number on here?
Yes,
four digits?
The account number ends in 3837.
Okay, this is the entirety of the bank statements for 2018 from this account.
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to January 2nd. Do you see any transfers from the TD Trust account on January 2nd into this account?
$1,000.
Please print as 30.1.
Okay, Detective. Now, on January 10th, which is the same page, is there, I believe it's the same page, oh, it's not, I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I'm going to direct your attention to January 10th. Do you see any transfers from the TD checking account into this account?
$500.
Please print as 30.2.
Directing your attention to January 22nd now. Do you see any transfers from the TD Trust checking account on that date into this account?
$2,500.
30.3.
Drawing your attention now, I'm sorry, you can take that off. Drawing your attention to February 5th. Same thing, if you see any transfers from the TD Trust checking account.
$2,200.
Let's not move for a second. And just make sure it printed on the 30.3. Okay, so this would be 30.4.
direct your attention now to May 1st. Same thing, Detective. Any transfers here?
$5,000.
Detective, just prior to this particular transfer on May 1st, did you see the previous transaction on May 1st, right above it?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is an online mortgage payment to City Mortgage in the amount of $3,050.
After that payment was made, what was the defendant's balance here?
Negative $759.86.
Please print as S30.5.
Detective, you can erase that. Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to 618 now. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's back up. If we could go to, I'm going to draw your attention to May 15th. Detective, on May 15th here, there's a number of transactions. I'm going to draw your attention to the second one on May 15th. Do you see that?
The amount,
The amount that went into this account.
$43,000.
And where did that come from?
That was a transfer from the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro, account ending in 3760.
And what does that, what if anything, does that correspond with that we spoke about earlier in terms of the defendant's sources of revenue?
It corresponds to the gross distribution that was taken out in May 2018, and the funds were deposited into the joint account. And from there, $43,000 was transferred into the defendant's account.
So on that date, when that $43,000 gets transferred into this account, what is the defendant's balance?
$1,137.61.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention now to 618. Detective, do you see any transfers from the TD Trust checking account on this date?
$7,500,
Just prior to that, what was the balance?
$4,015.66.
Thank you.
Please print as 30.6. For the record purposes, each time that I'm saying to print them, the witness has circled the amount and to the from where the transfer was coming from the last four digits. Go ahead.
I'm going to draw your attention to July 16th now. Any transfers on this date from the trust account?
$4,500.
Thank you.
30.7.
Detective, if you could erase that, Jane. I'm going to draw your attention to August 3rd.
$4,000.
And that's coming from the TD Trust account.
Yes.
30.8 will be printed.
I'm going to go up now where it says, do you see where it says August 1st? And
Yes.
it would be the 1, 2, 3, 4th August 1st transaction down.
Yes.
What is the balance there?
Negative $2,631.48.
What is the transaction right after it reflect?
An overdraft return fee.
And that's on August 2nd?
Yes.
The next transaction on August 2nd, what does that reflect?
An ACH returned item.
Of how much?
$3,050, which went to city mortgage.
What does that mean, a returned item?
There was insufficient funds in the account.
On August 3rd, do you see any transfers from the TD Trust account into this account?
Yes, $4,000.
Just prior to that, on August 3rd, there's a deposit. Do you see that?
Yes.
And how much is that?
$441.76.
And that comes from where?
EcoStar Pest.
Thank you.
Printed as 30.8.
Draw your attention to August 17th. Any transfers here, Detective, from the trust account?
$2,500 from account 5465.
What was the balance just prior to that on August 17th?
$452.84.
Thank you.
Print is 30.9.
Draw your attention to August 28th now.
$1,000 from account 5465.
Just prior to that transaction on August 28th, did you see that there's another transaction right above it on August 28th?
Yes,
What is that?
the transaction is an electronic payment to Bank of America,
For how much?
$1,333,
And then what is the balance after that?
negative $517.29.
Thank you.
Print is 30.10.
I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th.
$300,
From?
5465.
Just prior to that, on September 4th, right, so that takes place on September 4th, that transaction, the 300, Detective?
Yes,
Just prior to that, on September 4th, what is the defendant's balance?
$9.32.
Is there another transaction on September 4th that takes place?
Yes,
And specifically, what is that?
$200 is transferred to the joint account with Paul and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760.
I'm sorry, I should have been clear. Is there any other, on 9/4, is there any other transactions? I missed that, I think it's actually above it. Are there
Yes.
any other transactions prior to this on 9/4 that, where money comes in from the TD Trust account into this account?
Yes, $1,000.
Thank you.
Print that as 30.11. Wait, hold on for a minute. Did you undo the one below it, the
Yes,
300? If we're circling both, this is all 30.11. You're going to need to reprint it. Circle it back,
sure.
please. And on the underline, so we'll print that one, and that will be 30.11. So for the record purposes, there's two areas that are circled on there. It's a $1,000 transfer and a $300 transfer for September 4th in two separate timeframes. Now you can undo it. Thank you.
I want to direct your attention now to September 7th. September 7th. One, two, three, four, five. I'm sorry. 1, 2. On the 4th, September 7th. 5th. On the 5th, September 7th transaction. Do you see that, Detective? Where it
Yes.
says Allstate?
Yes,
And there's a debit or a payment there?
yes.
How much is that?
The payment is in the amount of $5,283.35.
What is the defendant's balance after that?
negative $4,452.91.
And then the next transaction, do you see that where it says 97 Bank of America?
Yes,
And how much is that?
$1,446.47.
And what is the balance there?
Negative $5,899.38.
Next transaction, 910, do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and what specifically is that? What does that say?
it is a $200 debit. It's a debit card purchase.
Okay, and what is the balance after that?
Negative $6,099.38
Okay, and the next transaction on 910?
is a electronic payment in the amount of $765.21.
Where's that to?
Volkswagen Credit Online, which is the lease for you sell Restrepo's Audi Q5.
And what is the balance after that?
Negative $6,864.59.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask if we can just scroll up slowly. Okay, when do we see the defendant come out of the negative balances? What date?
On September 12th.
Okay, and that is based on a transaction
Based on a transfer,
of what?
an electronic transfer credit from checking account ending in 7234, which is account number 8 on the chart, the EcoStar Pest Management operating account.
Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention now to 917. Any transfers from the TD Trust account on this date?
1,300 from 5465.
After that, on that same date, is there a transaction?
Yes.
What is that?
On the same date, there's an electronic payment to Ally Financial Auto, online payment in the amount of $828.28.
And what is the defendant's balance after that?
Negative $307.25.
I'm going to draw your attention to 10-4.
Let's print that. If we could print that as 30.12, please. Go ahead, counsel.
I'm going to draw your attention to, I just want to ask you about 918 on this page, the last transaction that we see here. Did you see that?
Yes.
That is, what are the last 4 digits on that account?
7234.
And what does that account correspond to?
That is the operating account to EcoStar Pest Management.
Okay. And how much, what is the transaction? What type of a transaction is it?
It's a $1,000 electronic transfer into the account.
Okay. And does that bring the balance out of the negative?
Yes.
And what is the balance now?
$513.97.
If we can please go, I'll direct your attention to 10-4. Any transactions or transfers on this date from the TD Trust account?
$1,500 from 5465.
And just prior to this transfer, still on 10-4, what was the defendant's balance?
Negative $868.07.
I'm going to draw your attention now to, oh, I'm sorry.
Print that as 30.13.
I'll draw your attention now to 10-9. Any transfers?
$2,000 from account 5465.
Just prior to this transfer, still on 10-9, what was the defendant's balance here?
Negative $1,628.51.
We could print that as 30.14.
I will draw your attention now to 10-15. Any transfers from the TD Trust account here?
$1,200 from 5465.
Thank
Brenda's 30.15.
I'd like to draw your attention now to 1029. Any transfers here from the TD Trust account?
$2,000 from 5465.
I'd like to draw your attention to, you have to print that.
That'll be 30.16.
Drawing your attention to November 8th now.
$1,000 from 5465.
Brenda's 30.17.
I'll draw your attention now to 1115. Any transfers?
$1,300 from 5465.
30.18.
Prior to this transfer, what was the balance?
$380.12.
You can just scroll up a little bit. I'm sorry, down. Just to the next page. Okay. 11:15 through now, so let's, if we can just scroll down a little bit to the 19th. Now from 11:15, hold on, detective, I just don't want you to circle anything yet. From 11:15 to November 19th now, November 19th of 2018, did the defendant's balance remain in the negative?
Yes, it did.
Or actually, there is one, I'm sorry, so go back please to 11:15. Okay, on 11:15, we see an IRS check payment, do you see that? Very top.
Yes.
What was that for, how much?
$1,265.
And the balance is what?
Negative $24.41.
On what date does the defendant's balance come back into the positive numbers?
November 16th.
Okay, and that is after what?
A payroll check from J. Martin Consulting.
Okay, and then on that same date, do we see the balance go back into the negative?
Yes.
And it stays in the negative until when?
Stays in the negative up through November 19th, where it became in the positive.
Okay. Now I'm going to draw your attention to November 15th. Again, and you circled it before, so I apologize, but do you see any transfers on this date from the TD Trust account?
On November 15th?
Yes. Oh, we did that already. I'm sorry. November 19th. That's my mistake. November 19th.
$1,200 coming from 5465.
Okay. And just to be clear, we're talking about November 19th of 2020? Of 18,
2018.
Okay.
November 19th.
After that date, are there any other transfers?
Can we print that as 30.19? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Are there any other transfers after the 19th from that TD Trust checking account into any of the defendant's accounts?
No.
Thank you. Okay, we can once let's take this down. Detective, in 2018, were there any transfers made into the defendant's joint checking account 3760 from the TD Trust checking account?
Yes.
How many?
One.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S34. And I'll take this back from you. Do you recognize S34?
Yes.
What is that?
It's TD bank statements in the names of Paul and Susan Caneiro, account number ending in 3760, and this statement period starts December 24th, 2017 through January 23rd, 2018.
With permission to publish?
No objection.
You can.
Thank you. And just very first page, what is the account number listed, last four digits?
3760.
And is this the entirety of the bank statements for 2018 from 3760?
Yes, it is.
I'll draw your attention to September 7th, please. And when we get there, tell me if you see any transfers from the TD checking account into this account on that date.
Yes, $1,000 from the 5465.
Thank you.
Printed's 34.1.
So the overall total amount of money that was transferred in total into the defendant's personal bank accounts from that TD Trust checking account 5465 in 2018 was what?
$44,500.
And just to be clear, were any monies from the defendant's personal accounts, personal bank accounts, transferred directly to Canada Life in the year 2018?
No.
All of the transactions that you just identified as being transfers from the TD Trust account into the defendant's personal bank accounts, did you corroborate those in any way?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
The transfers from the trust account into the defendant's accounts through legal process, I obtained the bank records through legal process, and I was able to verify that the money that was transferred out of the trust was transferred into the corresponding accounts.
Now, Detective, when you looked at the TD Trust bank statements 5465 for the years 2017 and 2018, did they reflect any funds being paid out of that account to Canada Life?
No.
I'm sorry, for the years 2017 and 2018, we'll talk about the TD Trust account 5465.
Yes.
Were any monies paid out of that account to Canada Life for premiums?
Can I see my supplemental report for Canada Life, please?
Yes, of course. I'm going to show you what's been marked, show counsel first, as S54. If I showed you this, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
If you could just read it to yourself and tell us when your memory is refreshed.
Continue.
Okay, so for the years 2017 and 2018, were any payments made from the TD Trust checking account to Canada Life, the insurance company?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the total amount that was paid to Canada Life from the TD Trust checking account in 2017?
$25,709.20.
Okay, so let's stay on 2017. What were the dates and amounts of those payments?
On January 3rd, a payment was made in the amount of $15,709.20.
Okay, and was that one check or multiple transactions, I should say, or one transaction?
It was a transaction that covered multiple transactions at Canada Life because half of it paid the quarterly premium and half of it went to be applied as a loan payment.
Okay, in that same year, 2017, what if any other payments were made out of the trust account to Canada Life?
On October 10th, 2017, a payment was made in the amount of $10,000 to Canada Life.
And when you looked at that TD Trust bank statements for 2017, did those bank statements corroborate those payments?
Yes.
Was there any corroborating documentation from Canada Life as well?
Yes.
And what was that?
Checks.
Specifically, how many?
2 checks.
Did 3 sound right?
3 for the $15,000 $709.20.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S49, 50, and 51. Start with S49, Detective. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a check issued from the TD Bank, account titled ATF Keith Caneiro, irrevocable agreement dated 7/27/1999. This is check number 220, payable to Canada Life in the amount of $7,854.60. It is dated December 27th, 2016, but it was recorded and received at Canada Life on January 3rd, 2017.
If you could look at S50, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a check issued from TD Bank with the account holder of ATF Keith Caneiro, irrevocable agreement dated 7/27/1999. The check is payable to Canada Life in the amount of $7,854.60 and is dated December 27th, 2016, but was credited on January 3rd, 2017.
And finally, I'm going to ask you to take a look at S51. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a check issued from the Keith Caneiro irrevocable agreement dated 7/27/99. The check is in the amount of $10,000 payable to Canada Life dated October 11th, 2017.
Detective, I'll take this back from you. Detective, in 2018, were any payments made from that TD Trust checking account to Canada Life?
Yes,
How many?
one payment,
And what was the amount of that?
$8,500.
Did the TD Trust checking account reflect that payment? Was
Yes,
there any corroborating documentation from Canada Life?
yes, a check.
Sorry, just have one moment. Thank you. Showing counsel S52. Detective, I'm showing you S52. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this is a check issued to Canada Life Assurance Company in the amount of $8,500. It's dated April 5th, 2018, and this is drawn on TD Bank, account 5465, titled ATF Keith Caneiro, irrevocable trust, agreement dated 7/27/99.
Take that back. Thank you. Detective, we just talked about for 2017 and 2018, funds that were transferred out of that TD checking account to the defendant's own personal bank accounts. Were you able to trace those funds as to where they went?
Yes,
And what was that? What were they used for?
to pay the defendant's personal living expenses.
Now, during the course of your investigation, was there any documentation from Canada Life that you reviewed regarding missing premium payments?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall specifically what that was?
Yes, I reviewed the quarterly billing statements and also the notices for the missed premium payment. The missed premium payment notices went out 60 days after the payment was due. So for example, if the quarterly premium payment was due January 28th, the notice would be dated March 27th. Also indicated in those notices was What was indicated in the notices is that the automatic loan provision of the policy paid the missed premium payment.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S53. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S53, if you could take a look at that. Judge, may I approach for the court's practice?
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Detective, do you recognize what's in that binder?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, what are those?
This is the Canada Life Assurance Company quarterly billing statements and the notices of missed quarterly payment.
Permission to publish?
Oh, I'm sorry, no objection, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just to stay here for a second, Detective, I should clarify, are these notices for what years? Just tell us what years they're for.
This is 2017.
And the binder contains, so just to clarify, the binder is for the years 2017 and 2018?
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the first page now. Do you see where it says due date?
Yes.
What is that?
January 28th, 2017.
And is there a premium amount that's
Yes.
due? What is that?
$7,854.60.
Okay. And do you see to the left where it says Keith Caneiro, Irrevocable Trust?
Yes.
And then Paul Caneiro, trustee?
Yes.
Is there an address under there?
Yes, there
What
is.
is that?
27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Okay, if we can scroll up there. We can go up to the next, that's January, since it's 2 pages. Okay. We are looking at what date up here?
April 28th, 2017.
Okay, and just, again, these are quarterly, so would this be the next date chronologically in terms of when the premium would be due?
Correct.
Okay. And again, we see an amount of what?
$7,854.60.
We can please scroll up. Stop there for a second. Okay. If you can scroll up a little bit. All right. Detective, what are we looking at here?
This is a notice of automatic premium loan issued by Canada Life.
And what is the date?
June 27th, 2017.
Okay. And do you see where it says notice of automatic premium loan?
Yes.
Okay. And it says insured as who?
Keith M. Caneiro.
Okay. And what was the due date?
April 28th, 2017.
Okay. And we can scroll up a little bit. Can you scroll up to the same page? All right. And what does this indicate?
This indicates that the policy in force did not receive the premium payment, that the above premium was paid by charging a loan against the policy as provided by the automatic premium loan provision. This purpose of this provision is to keep your policy from lapsing when a premium is not paid within the grace period, and when there is sufficient net cash value in the policy to advance the premiums.
We can scroll up again, please, to the next date. All right. What is the next date here?
July 28th, 2017.
Okay. If we can scroll up. The next date, yes. The next date is what?
October 28th, 2017.
Okay. And was that essentially the four quarterly premium dates that we just went through?
Yes.
Okay. And of those four, there was one letter for a missed payment from April. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. If we can scroll up, please, now to 2018. Okay. Do you see where it says due date January 28th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And premium amount, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, if we can scroll down a little bit. now, what are we looking at here, Detective?
This is a notice of automatic premium loan issued by Canada Life.
What's the date?
It is dated March 29, 2018.
Okay, and is there a due date?
The due date is January 28, 2018.
Okay, so essentially, is this letter indicating that there was a missed premium payment from January?
Yes.
Okay, if we could scroll up to the next date, please. April 28th of 2018, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, if we could scroll up. Any letters of missed premium payments for April?
No.
Okay, the next date, July 28th of 2018? Do you
Yes.
see that? Okay, if we could scroll up. Okay, Detective, what are we looking at here?
This is a notice of automatic premium loan issued by Canada Life.
And what is the date?
September 26, 2018.
And what is this indicating?
That the policy is in force, although Canada Life did not receive the premium payment. The above premium was paid for you by charging a loan against the policy as provided by the automatic premium loan provision.
And is there a due date?
The due date is July 28, 2018.
I think that's the last of it, but if you could just scroll up just to show us, please. Okay, and the next one we come to is October 28th of 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed these documents, when there was a missed premium letter that went out, what was the time frame between the due date and the missed premium?
60 days.
Okay, so 60 days after this date would have been what?
December 27th,
Of
2018.
Okay, and did you receive anything in December 27th of 2018 regarding missed premiums?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Detective, during the course of your investigation, what, if any, documentation did you receive from Stephen Weinstein?
Through legal process, Steve Weinstein, the CPA, provided a myriad of financial documents to include bank statements and other financial documents. It was voluminous.
Did those bank statements include TD Trust account bank statements 5465?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall the time frame of those bank statements that you received from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
What was that?
January 18 through September 18.
Did you review those statements?
I did.
Should counsel S12? Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S12. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, S53. Which name? No. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. This is S12. Just to clarify, these statements cover the dates January through September of 2018.
Yes, they do.
What, if anything, did you do with these statements when you received them from Mr. Weinstein?
Well, when I received them, this was early on in the investigation, and as I said, his box of documents was voluminous. You became in a bit of a backlog up front in the investigation because I literally have tens and tens of thousands of pages of financial documents. But I did get to the point where I could review them in December, and I reviewed the statements that he gave me, these statements.
Okay, and when you reviewed those statements, what, if any, other statements did you compare them to?
The bank statements I received from TD Bank through legal process.
For that same time period?
Yes.
Or, okay, so 2018?
Yes.
So just to be clear, you looked at the bank statements you received from Mr. Weinstein from January of 18 to September of 18?
Yes.
And did you compare those from the bank statements you received through legal process from January of 18 through September of 18?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we're talking about the TD Trust account 5465 statements.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you notice when you compared the two?
That for the months of May, June, July, and August, and September, the payments on the statements that were provided to me by the CPA, Steve Weinstein, that he received from the defendant.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Just that the witness is testifying outside the scope of her knowledge. She received them from a person. She can say who she received them from. What happened prior to her involvement, I don't think she should be testifying about.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I learned in the investigation that these were provided to the CPA by the defendant, and the payments that I knew to go to the defendant's account from the TD Bank statements I received from legal process, the statements that the accountant provided me, those payments showed those payments going to Canada Life.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish S12?
No. Previously discussed, no objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Detective, what you're looking at on the screen, is that the same thing as S12 that you have in front of you in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay, if we can go through this for a moment, we can scroll up. Now, you indicated that you noticed alterations starting in when?
May.
May, okay. We can go to May. Specifically, we're looking at May 1st here. Can you point to what you're referring to, or circle it?
Yes. $5,000 is shown on this statement to have been a bill paid to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay. We can go.
We can print that as 12.1, please. Wait, let me just confirm. I don't think we had a 12.1 from yesterday, right? We didn't have a 12.1 from yesterday, correct? All right, 12.1. Go ahead.
And then if we can go up a little bit. We're looking at, I'm going to draw your attention to June 18th. What are you circling here?
$7,500 is shown to have been a TD bill paid check to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay, we can scroll up a little bit.
That's 12.2.
Draw your attention to 7/16.
$4,500 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Thank you.
12.3.
We're on August 3rd now.
$4,000 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance Company.
We're going to stay on the same page. Judge, I don't know if you want to print or since it's the same page.
We'll do both on the same page. Go ahead.
Okay, is there any others that you see on this page?
$2,500 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay on August 17th to Canada Life Assurance.
Detective, any others on this page?
$1,000 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance Company on August 28th.
Thank you.
12.4.
Scroll to September, please. starting with September 4th.
September 4th, TD Bank bill pay shown to have been sent to Canada Life Insurance. September, should I continue?
Yes, please, on this page.
September 4th, TD Bank bill pay in the amount of $300 shown to have gone to Canada Life Insurance Company. September 7th, $1,000, TD Bank bill pay shown to have gone to Canada Life Insurance Company. And $1,300 on September 17th, TD Bank bill pay shown to have gone to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Thank you.
12.5.
Oh, that's, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, and that's what you received through September, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Detective, all of those transactions that you just underlined and circled reflecting transactions that went to Canada Life, where did they actually go?
To the defendant's bank accounts,
And how do you know that?
because I have the bank documents through legal process for TD Bank, and I was able to see exactly which accounts the money went to.
Now, Detective, in April of 2018, there actually was that one payment that did go to Canada Life, is that right?
Correct.
Was there anything different about that payment, specifically the way it was titled on the bank statements as to the ones that were altered?
It listed a check number. It actually had check and then the number.
During the course of your investigation and preparation, was anything prepared to depict the altered statements side by side with the statements you received through legal process?
Yes,
And what was that?
an exhibit.
Detective, I'm going to show you, first I'll show counsel what's been marked as S1I. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S1I. Do you recognize this? And I'll ask you to just flip through it.
Yes.
Okay, and what is this? Is this what you just referred to?
Yes.
Okay, let's just go, the first page depicts what?
First page depicts bank statements from TD Bank for the trust, bank account ending in 5465. First sheet on the left, the statement date is April 1st, 2018 through April 30th, 2018. And the statement on the right is for the same account number, and the statement period is May 1st, 2018 through May 31st, 2018.
Okay, now just staying on this first page, each of these bank statements, so from April of 18 and May of 18, were these the statements that you received from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes,
Okay, and you indicated that they began, I think you said they started being altered in May, it appeared?
yes.
Okay, in April, there is actually what?
In April, there is one payment to Canada Life in the amount of $8,500. The payment was made on April 9th. It's a TD Bank bill pay check to Canada Life Assurance Company, and it lists check number 995002.
Did that payment actually go to Canada Life?
This payment for $8,500, yes.
Okay, and how about the payment listed for the slide next to it in May?
That would be the May 1st payment for $5,000. No,
It did not.
no.
Okay, and then just tell us, if you can, what the rest of the pages depict. You don't have to go page by page, but just generally speaking.
Generally speaking, on the left are the statements, is the statement that I received from the CPA. I know that because he put check marks on it. There were check marks when I received the statements. So on the left is the statement from the CPA, and on the right is my statement from TD Bank that I obtained through legal process.
Do I have permission to publish? Can I have a copy for the court?
No, Judge.
You can. I have it. Thank you.
Detective, if you could just explain, because now the jury can see what we're looking at. This is slide 2.
Okay. These are bank statements provided to me by the accountant, Steve Weinstein.
What is on the left?
On the left is the statement covering the period April 1st, 2018 through April 30th, 2018. It's from the trust account maintained at TD Bank, account number 5465.
Do you see where it says 49?
49, April 9th, yes,
You see that? Okay, and then there's a payment of $8,500.
yes,
And did that actually go to Canada Life?
yes.
And how do you know that?
Because I have the documentation from Canada Life verifying that they received that payment.
Is there a check number underneath that one?
There is,
Now, to the right, we're looking at the May statements that Mr. Weinstein provided to you.
yes,
Okay, and is there a payment that reflects it's being sent to Canada Life?
yes, on May 1st for $5,000
Okay, and where did that actually go?
to the defendant, Paul Caneiro's account at TD Bank, account number 3837.
Is there a check number underneath that one?
There is not.
Okay, we can go to slide 3. All right, Detective, can you just explain to us what we're looking at here side by side?
On the left is the statement from TD Bank provided to me by the CPA. The statement period is May 1st, 2018 through May 31st, 2018. This is the trust account maintained at TD Bank, account 5465. Right, it's the same bank, it's the same account number, and it's the same account, the trust account. The statement on the right, I obtained through legal process from TD Bank.
The statement on the right, it has that same amount, $5,000?
Yes.
So where is that going to?
It's being transferred to checking ending in 3837, which is account 2 on the chart.
If we can go to slide 4, please. Same thing, Detective, if you can just explain the side by side to us.
Statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA. The statement on the right was obtained through legal process from TD Bank. It's the trust account maintained at TD Bank, account ending in 5465, covering the statement period June 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2018.
The statement on the left, on June 18th, is there a transaction?
$7,500,
And it's reflected as going to where?
Canada Life Assurance Company,
The statement on the right that you received through legal process, same date?
same date.
And what is reflected?
It's transferred to checking account ending in 3837, which is account 2, in the name of the defendant, Paul Caneiro.
We could go to slide 5, please. Take us through this again the same way.
Statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA, Steve Weinstein. Statement on the right was obtained through legal process from TD Bank. The statements are from TD Bank in the name of, it's the trust account ending in 5465.
What does the statement on the left reflect?
It reflects a $4,500 TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance on July 16th.
And the statement on the right that you obtained through legal process reflects what?
An electronic transfer to checking account ending in 3837, which is account 2, in the name of the defendant.
We can go to slide 6, please. Detective, can you take us through these transactions?
Yes, the statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA. The statement on the right I obtained through legal process from TD Bank. These are TD Bank statements for the trust account ending in 5465. And there are 3 transactions on these statements. August 3rd, $4,000. August 17th, $2,500. August 28th, $1,000. On the statements from the accountant, these transactions were TD bill pays to Canada Life Assurance Company. On the statements I received from TD Bank, those same dates, those same amounts were transferred to TD checking account ending in 3837, which is the defendant's account number 2 on the chart.
Slide, I believe, on 7, Tom? Slide 7? Same thing, Detective, if you could take us through what we're looking at on the left and right.
Again, the statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA. The statement on the right I obtained through legal process from TD Bank. These are TD Bank statements for the trust account ending in 5465. There are transactions dating September 4th for $1,000, September 7th for $1,000, September 17th in the amount of $1,300, and also September 4th for $300. These 4 transactions indicate they went to Canada Life Assurance Company from the statements I received from the accountant. The statements that I received from TD Bank show that those transfers went to September 4th, $1,000 went to account 2 ending in 3837. Also on September 4th, $300 to account 3837, and also to account 3837 is September 17th in the amount of $1,300. And lastly, on September 7th, there was a transfer in the amount of $1,000 to the joint account that the defendant held with his wife ending in 3760.
Thank you, Detective. You can take this down, and I'll take that back for you. Detective, for purposes of, you spoke about the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 2018. Just to kind of give us a complete picture, do you know whether Susan Caneiro, the defendant's wife, worked or was employed?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, she wasn't?
No, I don't know.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, Detective, did you learn whether or not Keith Caneiro had security cameras inside of his home at 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, were you made aware of those by the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
Do you know where specifically those cameras were located inside of the home?
Yes, there were 2 cameras. One was in the kitchen and one was in the office. And they were Wise cameras.
Do you know whether those Wise cameras contained any stored recordings?
Yes, they contained stored audio and video recordings.
Were there any recordings that you specifically reviewed in the course of your investigation?
Yes, there were.
Okay, and do you recall specifically what you reviewed from what dates?
Yes, there were 2 recordings. They were dated November 19th, 2018. One recording was approximately 3:50 p.m., and that was a recording that was in the kitchen. And the second recording was approximately 6:05 p.m., and that recording was involving the office area.
Generally speaking, when you reviewed those recordings, what was the nature of those recordings?
The nature of the recordings involved finding out where the money went. Apparently, Keith Caneiro was missing money going to Canada Life.
Okay, so just to clarify, who were the recordings of specifically?
The defendant and his brother, Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and who do you actually hear and see in those recordings?
Yes, you can.
No, who can you actually hear and see? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You can hear the defendant, Paul Caneiro, or excuse me, you can hear Keith Caneiro on the recordings.
Okay, I'm going to show you, showing S66. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S66. What is that?
This is a CD of the Wise camera interior, kitchen, and office recordings.
Okay. And is that how you listened to those recordings and watched them?
Yes,
Okay, and are your initials on there?
yes, right there on the top left.
All right, we're going to stop here. We're going to take our lunch break right now, so you guys will go in, get whatever you need, and then Amor will take you downstairs. I bring you back up at 1. Yeah. Stretch out a little bit? Yeah. That's what I like to hear. All right. All right. We're back on the record at State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Colts Neck, Assistant Prosecutor for the State.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mascalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro is present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right. We're going to continue with the direct examination. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, prior to the break, I had showed you S66. Do you
Yes.
recall that? And did you indicate that your initials were on here?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, the state would seek permission to publish. And just for the record.
Counsel, any issue?
No, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for the record, it's broken up into two parts. It's S66A and then B. So if we could play A first and then B.
All right, S66A. I feel like we have an echo, or it's in my head, one or the other.
It's an echo.
Let's not play that yet until we get rid of the echo. Testing, testing.
Good.
Good? You want me to sing?
Not yet.
That's hurtful. You know, how do you know? I could be great.
You're in the mood.
Yeah, listen. All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready?
I'm sorry, Judge, if there's apparently a technical issue with the trouble. There we go.
Yep. This is 66A.
The volume's going to need to be, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's their volume or our volume.
Can we turn our volume up a little bit?
I'm at 100.
Yeah, we'll turn ours up. Ours is maxed. Let's see what happens.
Hey, what are you doing? Canada Life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except in April. That doesn't make any sense. Canada Life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statement ASAP because I'm on the phone with them all day already. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere? Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and see it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the passwords, I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
This next one would be S66B.
Okay.
Hey, Sue, how are you? Sorry to call on the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, Yeah, I got one. Thanks. Yeah, please. Call me on my mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Can we just pause it for one moment? Detective, is there a timestamp on here?
I can see the duration of the call, and I can see that it says November 19th, 2018 at 18:05:27.
And the previous one, do you recall that one?
That was dated the same date, and it showed 3:50, the military time, or that time frame.
Hey. I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up, Paul, and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see the stuff. You need to log into your account then. You log into the TV account. Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I need it. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just spent half the day. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul. Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. Then get on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. What's a little while, Paul? I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you, I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul. Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. All right, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so, Detective, we just heard those calls. They took place on November 19th, 2018, right?
Yes.
And you listened to those particular calls before you came here to testify today?
I did.
Those are the only calls from that series of Wise recordings that you listened to?
Yes.
You didn't listen to the calls that were made before those that we just heard, right?
No.
You didn't listen to the calls that were made after the ones we just heard, right?
Correct.
You don't know if there's anything in this case of evidentiary significance that happened before those calls?
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember I talked about there may be times where I may have you take out that number 2 pencil with the eraser on it and erase it? Here's one of those times. The question that was just asked dealt with phone calls before and after the 2 that you, or the 3 that you hear. What I want you to do is I need you to erase that from your mind of any other calls in this case at this point in time. The court may have made rulings at some point in time that maybe has an impact on this, so you're hearing what you're going to be allowed to hear, at least right now. So I don't want you to have any thoughts about that one way or another. There should be no impact on either the state and or the defense on this, but we are not to infer anything else that may have gone on that you're not being told, and why aren't you being told? Does that make sense? All right, can everyone follow that instruction?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you testified today about a number of financial transactions between a trust account that you referenced and Paul Caneiro's personal account, or accounts, right?
Yes.
You're aware that in April of 2018, there was an issue that Keith became aware of about money from the trust not getting to the life insurance, right?
Yes.
And when Keith found out about that in April of 2018, he was upset about the fact that that was happening, right?
Okay.
You took us,
You say okay. Are you agreeing with what he's saying, or are you not agreeing with what he's saying? I'm not sure what that was.
I was listening to what he was saying.
Okay. We need to be careful, just if you don't mind, with the questions, because I don't want the jurors to be left with an impression as to an answer which wasn't really an answer to what you just said. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to clarify it.
Please do.
You said before today that you spoke with a witness in this case, and his name is Steve Weinstein, right?
Yes.
And you took a formal statement from Steve Weinstein, right?
I was a part of that interview.
Yeah, you were there when it happened,
Yes.
right? And you were able to hear what he said, right?
Yes.
And you were able to review that, if you chose to, at a later date, after it was reduced to writing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of that statement, Steve Weinstein is asked about that incident in April of 2018 with the life insurance money, right?
Yes.
And he explains what took place in that time period, right?
Yes.
And he explains that Keith found out that the money wasn't getting to the life insurance policy, right?
Yes.
And he explains that when he found that out, Keith was overly upset with everyone.
I didn't memorialize that statement. That was not my lead on that statement. But if you want me to testify as to exactly what occurred in that meeting, if you have a statement or a summary of that, I can look at it.
Judge, I'm going to approach. This is S9.
Okay.
Detective, just so you can see the front of this.
Sure.
This is marked S9, okay?
Yes.
You recognize this to be the statement of Steve Weinstein?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'll just show you on the last page of this document. We're going to see a date and a time, which is January 24th, 2019, right?
Correct.
5:23 p.m.
Correct.
Signed by Steve Weinstein.
Yes.
Signed by yourself.
On the third signature, yes.
Sure, but you signed it, right?
Yes, I
Signed
did.
by Detective Petrozello.
Yes.
Signed by Detective Zarillo.
Correct.
Okay. Drawing your attention to page 6, I'm just going to ask you to review that page, lines 4 through 8.
Yes,
Okay. You had a chance to look at that, right?
I did.
And then, so what I was talking to you about before was this situation in April where Keith finds out the money's not getting to the insurance company, okay? And in that statement, am I correct that Steve Weinstein's going to tell you when Keith found out about that incident, he was overly upset with everyone?
Yes.
Those were his words, right?
Yes.
He didn't say upset with Paul. He said overly upset with everyone.
Yes.
Okay. I'll take that back.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, you,
Thank you.
we also know that, let me see if I can confine this way. You testified earlier that you watched the three Wise camera videos that we saw today, right?
The two videos.
If there were conversations about the issue that happened in April of 2018, right? We wouldn't know that were recorded. We wouldn't know because we haven't seen those, right?
Right.
Okay. So we didn't have a chance, other than the statement of Mr. Weinstein, to see Keith's demeanor back in April of 2018 when he found out about the issue of money not getting to the insurance policy.
Correct.
Now, we also know that you're here talking about finances in this case, not because it's somehow, independent to the charges, but it both supports charges in this case, right?
Yes.
And it also goes to the essence of the state's theory of motive, right?
Correct.
And so this financial evidence goes to the heart of the state's theory about why Paul would kill Keith, right?
Correct.
This call, in the two clips that you mentioned that we just saw, matters because in it we can see Keith trying to figure out if the money is getting to the insurance company in November, and he's trying to figure that out from Paul, right?
Can I just clarify what he's trying to figure it out in November for what happened in months past? Is that what you're asking? Yes.
In November, right. In November, we just watched these calls. They take place on November 19th, and it's about whether the money has been getting to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
And those calls are meaningful to the state's presentation of motive evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
And they're relevant because not just for the content, not just for the detail about the finances, they're relevant because of Keith's apparent emotional state while those calls are taking place, right?
Yes.
But you did not know Keith Caneiro personally, right?
No.
And you did not know and do not know what his general demeanor and emotional character were, right?
No, I did not.
And all we have in terms of your review is what we can see in terms of what's on that video, right?
Yes.
But we know that Steve Weinstein said about the April event that Keith was overly upset, right?
Yes.
We also know that in between April and November, Keith and Paul continued to speak to one another, right?
I wouldn't know that.
They continued to be in business together.
Correct.
There was a plan, a proposal to perhaps sell one of their businesses.
Yes.
You're aware of that,
Yes.
right? And that took place in the latter part of 2018.
Yes.
It took place after this event in April with the trust issue.
It may have.
Okay. If I told you it did, would you accept that?
I would hear that you're saying that.
Okay. Well, I don't need you to, but let's just say they were working on that sale. Okay. Did you know that, and so that's your impression that they were working on that together, right?
Is it an impression? I just know that EcoStar was hopefully going to sell.
Then we get to November, and what we're still dealing with is this issue of whether money's getting to the insurance, and the issue is it coming from the trust to the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
You documented for us today what that amounted to in terms of transfers from the trust to places other than the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
And that was about $33,000 in 2017, right?
Yes.
And about $44,000 in 2018, right?
44,500.
And in total, we're talking about, in terms of your number estimates, about $78,000.
Yes.
Paul's on the other end of that call on November 19th of 2018. That's your understanding, right?
That is my understanding.
Paul can hear what Keith's saying.
That is my understanding.
We don't know what Paul is saying back to Keith.
Correct.
We don't know if Paul's apologizing or if he's telling his brother to calm down. Right?
Correct.
Paul knew his brother way better than you were ever acquainted with him, right?
Yes.
And I guess the issue is this. I think we touched on it earlier today. It's important for a detective in a case to look not just to the things that strengthen arguments for motive, but to look to the things also that may weaken support for motive.
Agreed. Prove or disprove.
A reasonable question might be, are there things in the financial records which demonstrate Keith's general emotional demeanor?
Can you explain further what you mean?
Sure. If Keith upset on these calls on November 19th, if Keith upset on these calls is an aberration for him, a way that he doesn't usually present, a way that his brother, who knows him very well, would find disconcerting and unusual and shocking and uncomfortable, that is a very different thing than if Paul knows this is just how Keith acts. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
So if there was evidence that could tell us whether on one side Keith's demeanor that night was an aberration, or on the other side that it was maybe a more general emotional reaction that others who knew him would see him to have, in either event, that would be important for us to know.
Are you asking me, would it be important for me as a financial detective to know?
I'm asking you as a detective who participated in this investigation with other detectives, because let's remind everyone, you didn't you weren't isolated completely to finance. You spoke with other detectives in this case, right?
I have spoken with other detectives, mainly the detectives that I was with when I participated in the interview of the CPA, Steve Weinstein, when I participated in the interview of Ron Artigas, when I participated in the interview of Tiffany Rivera, also a financial interview, and in speaking to Yusel Restrepo. So I have not been a part of any other interviews. I follow the money.
Okay.
I am a detective in the financial crimes unit.
Yeah, but you're a part of this case, aren't you? You're a detective in this case.
Technically,
Okay, let's stay with technically. That's fine. But technically, you're a detective in this case, right?
investigating the financial aspect.
And technically, you know what the state's motive theory in this case is. You already told us that, right?
Yes.
And technically, you know that the state is looking for evidence that's supportive of their motive theory, right?
Yes.
And technically, you know that whether you find things that are supportive of or weaken the strength for that motive, it's important for you to note that to others involved in the case. Right?
Financially speaking, yes.
If you see things, so this is the point then. If you see things in the financial records that go to a determination of whether Keith's character on those calls was an aberration or part of his general character, it's important because it either strengthens that motive or lends to the idea that there may be less support for that motive. Right?
Right?
Okay. So, if there was, in the financial records, an indication that Keith was a very high-strung guy, that would be important for you to know.
I'm not sure I follow you, but if you can give me an example of how the financial aspect of the investigation would connect with that, I would understand you better.
I thought I just did that for like 10 minutes. Did I not do that? Okay. The motive evidence you're aware of, right?
Yes.
We talked about the fact that that Paul knows his brother very well and you don't know his brother at all, right?
Correct.
We talked about the fact that it's important as to whether this is unusual behavior for Keith in terms of his emotional character on those calls, or whether it's usual behavior, right?
Yes.
You've agreed with everything I've said so far, right? And then you agreed that if there was evidence one way or the other to support either of those contentions, it would be important to note for others in the case. And you agreed with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at the point where I ask you if there was evidence in the financial records that indicated Keith was a high-strung guy who could flip out at the drop of a dime.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Can I see the attorneys, please? The cross-examination of this witness. Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. Detective, I guess let's take a step back here. You are the one who sent out subpoenas for the large majority of financial records that were received in this case, right?
Correct.
You sent subpoenas to TD Bank, right?
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to insurance companies like Sun Life and Unum, right?
Yes.
You send subpoenas to retail establishments like Tiffany Jewelers and Restoration Hardware.
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to governmental agencies like various New Jersey governmental agencies in terms of disability and unemployment.
Yes.
You not only sent these records, but you were the one who decided to whom you were going to send record requests, right?
Do you mean when I prepare the subpoena, am I the one deciding who goes on the attention line?
More that when you're putting together a subpoena and you're saying to yourself, am I going to send a subpoena to Bank of America, you're the one who makes the decision about whether you send a subpoena to Bank of America.
Primarily.
Nobody directed you to do that. You thought it was in the interest of the investigation to do that.
You can be directed to do that, but I can also make that determination.
And you made a large number of the determinations in this case about who to subpoena, correct?
I didn't issue every subpoena on the financial side, but a lot of them, yes.
Right. Now, you didn't make these decisions randomly. Everybody you subpoenaed, you had a purpose for subpoenaing, right?
Yes.
And when we say subpoena, we don't necessarily mean that you were telling them they had to appear in court. What you were really, in effect, doing with those subpoenas is telling them they had to produce documents and give you those documents, right?
Yes.
And the documents, when you would send out these subpoenas, you would send them and tell these organizations that you wanted certain records from certain times, right?
That's written in the body of the subpoena. You have to put a time period, or else they won't comply.
And sometimes you were looking for any and all records in the name of a certain person, like Paul Caneiro, right?
Sometimes.
And sometimes you were looking for specific records from a specific company. But in either event, you would put that in the subpoena, right?
Yes.
You then wrote, prior to the supplemental report that you had referenced today, you wrote about 60 investigative reports in this case.
I don't have the exact figure, but I wrote a lot of supplemental reports.
And you wrote those reports in and around the end of 2018 through 2019, right?
I'd have to look at every single one of them to confirm.
Well, let's work backwards. I think you wrote your most recent report in December of this year, right?
Right?
And then before that, you wrote a report in July of this year, right?
Those two were regarding why we're here today, with my testimony for the motive.
But you didn't write. And then before those two reports that I just mentioned, it had been some time since you'd written a report in this case. It had been years.
Probably I'd have to go back to confirm the exact date.
When you were sending out these subpoenas to these organizations, you were also selecting the people about whom you were looking for information.
Yes. Or entities.
You had an attachment to many of your subpoenas, and you referred to it in your reports as Attachment A. You know what I'm talking about? And attachment A is a list of names, right?
Yes,
And the names on it are Paul Caneiro,
yes,
Susan Caneiro,
yes,
Keith Caneiro,
yes,
Jennifer Caneiro.
yes,
There's an attachment A with including Caitlin Caneiro's name as well, right?
yes,
Marissa Caneiro.
yes,
You got records for all of those Caneiros, right?
yes,
But it was you who chose who and who not to list on that Exhibit A, right?
and following the money, that is what would give me the financial lead to subpoena records for an individual or an entity. So if I didn't subpoena an individual or an entity, it's probably because there was no investigative lead to follow the money for. The individuals I subpoenaed had received money in one way or another.
I took that from your testimony before, because you said you had started with the trust account, right?
Yes.
But obviously, this investigation that you conducted in terms of records requests broadened beyond merely obtaining bank statements, right?
In terms of,
You obtained records from credit card companies, right?
yes,
You obtained numerous records from American Express.
yes, following the money,
You obtained records from Discover.
yes,
You obtained numerous records from various insurance companies, right?
yes,
And you obtained records not just for Paul Caneiro in terms of his finances, but you got the bank records for Keith Caneiro as well. You got his personal banking records, right?
I did.
And you got his personal American Express records, right?
I did. I was following the money of the businesses.
And you obtained multiple bank accounts unrelated to the business that were in the name Keith Caneiro, right?
Well, they were Keith Caneiro's personal accounts.
And you reviewed all of those accounts in terms of the information that you received, right?
Yes.
Because in order to follow the money, you would need to review the records.
Yes.
Your investigation really can't be complete if you haven't reviewed everything that you've got, right?
Correct.
So I take that to mean that you reviewed everything that you got in this case, right?
Yes.
You reviewed every financial record that you received as a result of a Monmouth County subpoena that went out in this case, right?
Well, I'd like to add this caveat. You know, I subpoenaed Canada Life. There's relevant documents that are very relevant to a financial investigation and following the money. Canada Life, did you get the money? Can you show me you got the money? Can you show me where the money was applied? So, hold on. If they sent me 3 inches thick of legal documents talking about a trust, I'm not an attorney to be able to interpret the legalese of that. But to the extent that I had to review documents as it relates to the financial component, yes.
Okay. I think the idea, though, is this. In order for you to have a complete investigation, you need to at least have eyes on everything that you receive. Is that fair to say?
Yes, but these were voluminous records.
Understood. We're talking about tens of thousands of pages of records, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, that was your job, right? Was to review these.
Yes.
And I don't think you're here telling this jury that you didn't do your job, right?
No, I did my job.
Okay. One thing I wanted to talk to you about was your report that you had written on the history of money coming into and out of the trust account. And though we only talked about the years 2017 and 2018 today, your report encompassed more years than just that, right?
Yes.
Your report actually, you had obtained records in terms of that going back to 2014, right?
When my investigation started, yes.
Yeah. And you had actually reviewed those records from 2014 pertaining to the trust, right?
In terms of money going into the trust bank account? Can you clarify when you say the trust?
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I say the trust, I mean the trust account.
The bank account?
Yes,
TD
the bank.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, so you had written a report about money going into and out of the trust bank account in the years including 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. One thing that we're going to see in 2014 and 15 and 16 is that money did leave the trust account and didn't go to the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
But in 2014, all the money that was taken out of the trust account was paid back into that account.
Can I refer to my supplemental report, please?
Yeah, I'll show it to you if you like. This is S56. I have it here. No. Was this the report?
It's in front.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay. In your report, you documented the money that was both taken out of and put back into the trust account in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And
Taken out of the account being sent to Canada Life and taken out of the account sent to Paul Caneiro's personal accounts.
so in 2014, you have a record of $46,000 going from the trust account to Paul Caneiro's personal account, right?
Correct.
And that money, then, that same exact $46,000 goes from Paul Caneiro's account back into the trust account, right?
Correct.
In 2015, $27,000 comes out of the trust account and goes into Paul Caneiro's personal account. That's the record you have, right?
Correct.
And $22,000 then comes from Paul's account back into the trust account, right?
Leaving a difference of $5,000 to Paul.
Right. In 2016, your records indicate that $17,700 was taken from the trust account and put into Paul's account.
Correct.
And then $14,700 is taken from Paul's account and put back into the trust, right?
Leaving $3,000 in Paul's account, yes.
Now, another thing that we should mention about the trust in these years, and if you need to keep referring to that, that's fine. Just let me know based on this question. One of the things that we could look at when we looked at this trust account is whether it had been adequately funded over the years in order to make the quarterly payments to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
That's something that we could do by looking to the payroll deposits into the trust account, right?
I did that, yes.
So then you know that the trust account was being funded from the J. Martin business account in 2014,
Yes.
right? And then in 2015 as well,
Yes.
and then in 2016, right?
Now, Keith Caneiro was issued a paycheck in 2016. Federal withholding took out the brunt of it and other deductions. So the actual amount left in the check was zero. So there couldn't be a direct deposit. So the funding of the account in 14 from Keith Caneiro's paycheck was adequate enough to fund the payment of quarterly payments totaling $33,685.78. In 2015, there was not enough funding to fund the entire annual premium, even though it was paid quarterly, but the annual amount, so only $15,709.20 went to the premium. In 2016, nothing was paid to Canada Life.
Correct.
But $17,007 was taken out by Paul Caneiro to his personal account. $14,700 was paid back, leaving at the end of 2016 $8,000 to Paul.
Right.
And then in 2017,
But also in that year, 2016, deposits, not considering the in and out in terms of Paul's account, right? But deposits from the business account only equaled $13,526.
what year are you talking about? 2016.
Yes.
Right.
The deposits from the company only equaled $13,526. So that wasn't, so just my point is this, that's not sufficient to fund the quarterly payments to the life insurance.
No, it isn't, but in 2017, approximately $55,000 was funded to the account, and in 2018, approximately $53,000 was funded to the account.
Do you agree with me that the account was underfunded in 2014, 2015, and 2016?
No, I disagree in 14. I agree in 15 and 16.
Okay, well, you would have to look at 14 because I believe, Detective, that it was underfunded by $4,865 that year.
We can look at the report. We can look at the records.
Beyond 2014, you also...
I'm sorry, I'll add this. If it was underfunded by $4,000, it was so overfunded in 17 and 18 that it would have made up for the difference and more.
Well, I wasn't asking you that question, though. I'm just asking you about previous years, right? You've already testified today about 17 and 18. We've heard your testimony. I'm just asking you about 14, 15, 16 at this point in time, okay? And I'm also curious about the Canada Life payment history that was sent to Keith Caneiro. At some point in this case, it was also included in the Canada Life documents. I think you've seen it before. Yes. You have it in your report.
Yes.
Judge, I have this marked as D64. It does appear verbatim within the detective's report, but I just want to show her this document to compare the two.
Go ahead. It's D what?
E64.
D64, okay?
Are you going to go back to that date? Or do you want me to just, what year are you starting?
I'm looking to July of 99.
So let's do this first.
All right.
Identify D64.
I do have it. I do.
Judge, I'm sorry, so detective, what we're looking at in D64, what is this?
This is a chart provided by Canada Life Assurance Company. It's a chart that starts with the first date of July 28, 1999. It has numerous columns. The first column reflects a payment amount, which back then were annual payments, and then through the years, the payments changed from annual to quarterly. So it will reflect the quarterly payments made.
Is it a spreadsheet?
It's a spreadsheet. I mean, I know you can't read the data, but you can see it's a spreadsheet. So it
It's a
starts...
spreadsheet from January 28th, 1999 until when?
The last entry date here is April 9th, 2018. Do you want me to give you the column headings?
No. I just need to know for the record. And you've seen that document before?
I have.
Where did you see it?
In
Before here.
the response documents from Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay. So that's a part of the documents that you received?
Yes.
And it accurately depicts the documents that you received back from Canada Life whenever you received them?
It appears to be so.
Well, let's confirm that it is so.
I have a copy of it in my supplemental report, and I go back to July 28th, 99, and my last date is April. You see how that's kind of cut off? It's the same date, but April 9th, 2018.
So it's same?
Same.
Okay. Mr. Murray, please, go ahead.
Now, detective, when we look at that report, or that payment history, we can see that there are other years when this insurance premium, or the policy, I should say, was not paid fully for the year.
What years are you referring to?
Well, I'm looking at 2007.
Okay.
I'm looking at 2011.
Okay.
I'm looking at 2010.
Well, I just want to point out, sir, that the very first premium payment in 1999 was $29,640. And I testified earlier that the quarterly premiums totaled $31,418.60. So the premiums increased once they went quarterly. It was a lesser of a premium when it was annually. So when you're going back through those years, you would need to know when it was annual and when it switched to quarterly, and then there was a difference in monies due to Canada Life.
Perhaps, but we can see in 2004 in April that the payment was $7,854.60, which is the same as the quarterly payment in later years.
Right, but it does look then that it was quarterly.
And regardless of that fact, in 2003, we only see a payment for $16,200.
Correct.
So it would appear that in those years that we talked about, as well as the years that you've testified about previously, the policy in terms of the premium weren't fully paid.
But I would not know if the TD bank account was underfunded.
You would not, but you also saw in this case that payments were made from the TD trust account in previous years, not just to Canada Life, and they didn't just go into Paul Caneiro's personal accounts, but over the past years, withdrawals from that trust account were made into J. Martin business accounts.
My bank records in this case did not go back to 2004.
No, I don't imagine that they did.
Banks don't even retain information beyond 7 years, or they don't have to.
I agree. The question was not that. The question was, you had indication in the trust records that you did have in the discovery, the trust account records, that withdrawals were made not just to Paul Caneiro personal accounts over the years, but they were also made to this J. Martin or Square One business accounts.
In the years I reviewed the TD bank account that held the trust bank account, I did not see funds go from the trust account back to the business.
In the years you reviewed.
If they did, if you show me the documents, then I can correct my statement, but to the best of my recollection.
Okay. Outside of the statements, did you see any spreadsheets showing transfers in and out of that trust account in previous years?
Did I see transfers out of the TD bank trust account?
Did you see spreadsheets demonstrating transfers in and out of that account?
There were transfers into the account for purposes of funding the premium payments to Canada Life.
Right.
But
I'm talking about transfers, not payroll. I'm talking about transfers in and out from the. I'm just going to show you.
if you have a document,
Sure.
please show me and I can review.
This is D41. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to show you this. You recognize that?
This is the TD bank account, trust account ending in 5465. This is January 1st, 2014 through January 31st, 2014. Okay.
Okay. Does this appear, can I just have that back for 1 second? Thank you. Does this, you've seen this before today, right?
Yes.
You reviewed this as part of writing that supplemental report you've been referring to today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to show you the period of April 1st through 30th, 2014, and I'm going to ask you to look to April 24th, and you see,
Okay.
okay? And there's a debit on this account, right?
Understood, not disputing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recollect firsthand back to 2014, but yes, on April 24th, there's a transfer of $11,000 back to
I don't think you have it on there.
1361, this is, I do have this account. I did subpoena this account, and I would need to see the subpoena to have the name, but it would belong to one of the businesses.
Yeah, could I have that back?
Of the whole file?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that was a transfer out of the trust account to an account ending in 1361, right?
Yes.
And do you, if I told you that 1361 was a J. Martin business account that had been closed in years prior to 2018, would that refresh your recollection?
Is that the business that closed December 31st of 2012?
No.
Okay.
But you do have a recollection of an account ending in...
I do.
Okay. Okay. Now, when you testified on direct today, you mentioned that payments have been made directly from Paul's 3837 account to the trust account, right? I misspoke. I apologize.
Well,
What I meant to say, yes.
go ahead.
What I meant to say was payments had been made by Paul from Paul's personal account directly to the insurance company to pay the insurance policy.
Are you, which years are you referring to? The years of my analysis for my role here in this trial?
Yes.
2017 and 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so your question again then is?
Paul had made payments from his personal account directly to the insurance company in order to pay that insurance policy.
In 2017, yes, he did.
On July 21st, he paid $8,000, right?
Correct?
And then on August 7th, Paul from his own account paid $11,880.
Correct.
And together that's $19,880.
Correct.
And we should point out that Canada Life accepted both of those payments.
Yes, they did.
They didn't refuse payment because the checks were sent from outside of the trust account, right?
Nope. They accepted payment as a quarterly premium payment, and the $11,880 check, the entire amount was applied to the loan payment for prior missed premium payments.
Right. Right. And the loan, obviously, we saw in D64 had existed for many, many years as of 2017.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to ask permission to publish D64.
Wallace?
No objection.
Okay, go ahead.
think it's plugged in. Thank you. Okay. Just showing you the first page of D64. Obviously, when we look to the left side of that spreadsheet, we see a date.
Yes.
And then when we look all the way to the right of the spreadsheet, we see a column for loan balance.
Yes.
And that shows all the years that there was a loan balance on the policy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see that there are entries on the loan balance side of the sheet going all the way back to 2002, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to remove this.
Okay.
Your supplemental report talks about, you had actually listed it as a negative in the column, and it was transfers that Paul made in 2018 to the J. Martin operating account.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
On April 26th of 2018, Paul transferred $5,000 to the J. Martin business account, right?
Yes.
And on May 15th of 2018, I'm sorry, I should also say on April 30th of 2018, Paul transferred $10,000 to the J. Martin account, right?
Yes.
On May 15th of that same year, he transferred $11,400 to that account.
Yes.
And then again on May 15th, he transferred an additional $807 to the J. Martin account, right?
Yes.
Now, all of these dates take place late April through mid-May, right?
Yes.
Of 2018.
Yes.
You know that the issue with Keith finding out about the insurance not being paid in April, that issue happened before any of these payments, right?
I conducted my financial investigation without going deep into everything else on the exterior, like pouring in to know more about if he's upset or not upset, because I wanted to look at the financial analysis independently with no bias, no anything else in my mind. Just let the numbers and the analysis speak for themselves.
Okay.
So,
I guess my question, though, is more like, you knew, or it came to your attention at some point in time, that there was this email involving Paul, Ron Artigith, Keith Caneiro, and Steve Weinstein from April 11th of 2018.
yes, at some point, yes.
Right? And that email is actually is one of the state's exhibits in this case, right?
Yes.
In that email, one of the things that, and it appears, right, that it's written from Paul, right?
Yes.
And it's about payments that were not made to the insurance company.
Yes.
showing you S11. You recognize that?
This would be the email you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you flip to the second page for me?
Sure.
Is there a section where what is referenced is the amount that is owed to Keith plus interest for the payments that didn't make it to the insurance company?
Are you referring to this dialogue here?
Yes.
Would you like me to read it?
I just wanted you to read the section on payments with interest. Thank you. And so that says amount owed to trust plus interest, $25,806.41.
Yes.
Okay. That email, right, was dated April 11, 2018.
Yes.
And then we see Paul make payments between April 26th and May 15th of 2018 in the amount of $27,207.
Yes.
Right? And he makes those payments to the J. Martin business account, right?
Yes.
And then in terms of the $5,000 and $10,000 payments in April, do you know what happened to them afterwards?
I'm not sure I understand your question. How was he able to make those payments?
No. Once they went into the account, did they stay in the account or did they go someplace else?
Once Paul made those electronic transfers back to J. Martin, I would need to look at the bank statements and then I could tell you what happened with those funds.
Okay. I don't believe the state has labeled this document.
No.
Judge, I'm going to approach with what I've marked as D30. Do you recognize? I'm just going to hold the page open, okay?
Oh, okay, sure.
Do you recognize that?
This is a TD Bank account in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Inc., DBA Square One, account number ending in 1396, which would be account number 6 on the chart.
So something that we talked about maybe briefly today. But it's the
Yes.
J. Martin operating account, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, we said that the first payment that Paul made from his account to the business account took place in April 26th of 18, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Transfer in from Paul, right?
Yes.
Transfer out to 1934.
Right.
Then we got a transfer, $10,000 transfer in from Paul.
But we also don't know, once it's in 1934, you have to follow it till its final destination.
I'll take you there. 10,000 in, right?
Yep,
And then 10,000 out.
to the same account, 1934.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, this is D52. I'm just going to hold the page for you, okay?
Okay, sure.
Whatever you like.
Okay. So this is a TD bank statement in the name of Keith and Jennifer Caneiro, ending in 1934. Okay,
So that's the account we just saw, that now we know that Paul's account goes to the business account, and from the business account, it goes to this account, right?
yes, but like the 10,000 goes into this account and then it's sent right out to J. Martin payroll. So Keith's putting it back into the business. And account 2949.
Yeah, take another look at that.
Okay. Right now, you'd have to show me what account that is.
Okay.
I don't recollect that account number.
Yeah, but just for our purposes for right now, we can see that both transfers into 1934 went to an account ending in 2949, right?
2949.
Both of them did,
Both of them
right?
did.
Neither one of them went to payroll.
No,
Okay,
I can see that now.
okay,
But I'd like to see the statements for 2949.
okay. I'll show them to you. Judge, this is D54.
Okay, and this is TD Bank statement, account ending in 2949, in the name of Keith Caneiro. Okay, so the 5,000 comes in, and the 10,000 comes in. Okay,
Okay. And then the money is,
Okay.
money's withdrawn overseas.
well, they had a home there.
Right. But the money's withdrawn in Greece, right?
It is.
Okay.
But when you look at the totality, and that's why you do a financial analysis, I just saw in that bank statement that 2 entries down, over 11,000, Keith put in to a payroll account for the business. So to point out that transaction where it's going into an account that ultimately was utilized in Greece, on the same day or the next day, he's taking more than 10,000.
You asked me to see it, though.
I did.
Did you not?
But
I-
pointing out that you do a comprehensive analysis when you're analyzing the funds.
Did you analyze these funds when you did the
I-
comprehensive
I
analysis?
reviewed those statements, but I was not following Keith's money. I was following Paul Caneiro's funds,
Well,
because that's what was taken out of the trust account. That's where it all started.
now, here's the thing. I point this out to you because, as you said, Keith had a house in Greece, right?
Yes,
That he was working on. He was renovating it, and he needed to put money into it, right?
yes.
That's it. It's another thing that during this period of time, Keith was working on that he needed to devote money and resources towards, right?
Yes.
After this thing happens in April, on April 11th, with Paul saying he paid the wrong person and that the money didn't go to the insurance company. Paul takes $27,000 and he puts it in the business account, right?
He took loans out to generate the ability to have funds to then put back in the business because Keith identified the amount of premium payments that hadn't been paid for a period of time.
I think that, yeah, right. I think that was my question,
Okay.
right? But then Paul puts the money into the account, right? And then Keith takes it out of the account, right?
That one isolated transaction he took out of the account, but he also used his funds to fund payroll.
Okay. Those two transactions that we were looking at, right? My point to you is this. They don't go to Canada Life. They go to Greece for whatever purposes they were needed for in Greece, right?
Right.
So, Keith, obviously, if we're following the money, Keith obviously made the determination at that point in time that the money was better put being sent to Greece than being sent to Canada Life.
Keith could not make a payment directly to Canada Life. Paul was the trustee. Paul was in the position to move that money from the TD bank account to Canada Life.
You say that, but the problem is that we already talked about the payments that Paul made from his personal account.
But he's the trustee.
I mean, it's his personal account. The Canada Life accepted the payments.
He's the trustee. Trustee has significant control over that account, if not all control.
You're testifying as an expert on trusts?
No, I'm talking about the bank account.
You're testifying as an expert in insurance on the laws and regulations regarding checks from whom insurance companies can accept as far as irrevocable trust accounts?
No,
You're
I'm
not.
speaking about the bank account.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the bank account. We're talking about the fact that the insurance company accepted checks from outside of the trust account.
You'd have to talk to them as to why they accepted that.
I'm talking to you only because you said that he couldn't have made a payment himself. There's a number of things he could have done. He could have put the money back into the trust account directly, correct? Just, it's a yes or no question. He could have, right?
When you open up a bank account, it tells you what you have to articulate to the financial institution, how you plan on funding that account, and it was to be funded through payroll deposits. The trustee is on the signature card and on the account. So a trustee at a financial institution on a bank account can move money in and out. In my experience in banking and my experience in financial crimes, I do know that.
Sure. My point to you, though, is this. Checks were sent to the insurance company from bank accounts other than the TD trust account. Is that true or not true?
It's sent from the trustee's name and his account. He's the trustee, so Canada Life would accept that.
And are you
Obviously, they did accept it. It's recorded as a payment received.
Are you insinuating, though, that if somebody else attempted to deposit or transfer money into the trust account, that TD would have prevented them from doing so?
Now, I'm articulating to what they will accept. When your name is on the signature card, when you're the trustee for the trust, they will accept payments. That person is able to move money in and out of the account.
Now,
TD Bank had a copy of the actual trust.
we could talk about that too, sure. TD Bank did have a copy of the trust, right?
Yes,
And that was faxed to them?
yes.
And that was faxed. It would appear from a Square One office, right?
I'd have to look and refresh my memory on your document.
Okay.
I do know it was a fax.
Okay. I have it here, if you'd like to see it.
Okay.
This is D40, it's the trust documents, but they're the ones from TD Bank.
Yeah, we already showed it though, right? As exhibit.
It's a different document, Judge, because it has...
Oh, it's different?
Well, first and foremost, it has the fax information at the top of it.
Can you just show it to prosecutors
Oh,
at least?
sure.
I'm sorry, tell me the number again, please.
D40?
D40. Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Is that what you were talking about? The one that was faxed to TD Bank?
I believe so. This appears to
Identify
be
the
one.
document for me.
Sure, Your Honor. This is the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement. It is dated July 27th, 1999. Are there any more identifiers you would like?
I think there was something on the front page that counsel said was important. I just need to know, is that a fax copy? Is that what we're talking about?
It does appear to be faxed.
Okay. All right. Murray, sorry about that. Didn't mean to slow you down. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So, you know what? While we're here, we see that it starts at page 4, right?
Yes,
Of the fax starts at page 4,
right.
right? And then there's a bait stamp at the bottom.
Yes,
And the bait stamp is basically placed there by the prosecutor's office, right?
correct.
Okay. If I were to thumb through this, you'd be able to see that there's no pages missing from the Bates numbers.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
But the interesting thing about this document, the one that was sent to TD Bank, is that the trust is numbered. The trust agreement is numbered in terms of pages, but it's missing page 6.
Okay.
And page 6 is where, in the other copy, in the actual insurance policy that Canada Life had, in that copy, page 6 lists the beneficiary information.
That is what TD Bank sent. It's very difficult to get documents going back that far. And the fact that it's not complete is not a surprise to me. You're talking about an account that was opened way back when, and we subpoenaed this in 2018.
Well, let me just let you take a second look at this, though. Because if we go back to D40, right?
Yep,
And I go to page 5 of the trust document itself.
right,
That's page 10 of the fax that was sent to them,
Right.
right? And if I go to page 7,
yep,
because we're missing page 6, it's
Right.
page 11 of the fax.
right.
So it was actually, when it was sent to TD Bank, it didn't include the beneficiary information.
Okay,
It's the way it would appear, right?
that's the way it appears.
And this is the copy that was to go to TD Bank in order to open and administer the trust account, right?
The business checking account, which was the trust account, yes.
But the trust account,
Right.
right? And Paul Caneiro was, as of this date, already listed as the trustee of the trust, right?
Yes,
But somebody, and obviously Paul Caneiro was going to, as the trustee, have control over that TD trust account, right?
correct.
And he was going to have control over the documents that were part of that account, right?
Specifically, what documents are you referring to?
Well, it could be foundational documents, it could be bank records. He would have access. You're just telling me about they'll accept checks from him because he's the trustee. So he's got certain privileges in this account that other people do not, correct?
Because he's listed as the trustee.
Right.
Right, so he would be getting the bank records, yes.
Right. And so obviously as the trustee, he's got access to these documents related to the trust from TD Bank.
That I don't know.
You know,
I don't know.
let me say this. I just want to stop you so we're clear. You know that the insurance company will accept a check from Paul from any account because he's the trustee, but you don't know if Paul has access to documents in possession of the bank related to the bank account?
I'll address the first part. Canada Life accepted checks from Paul Caneiro because I have evidence to prove that they accepted it. You put it in as an exhibit, I have it in my report. They accepted those 2 checks in 2017. When someone's listed as the trustee, the financial institution is going to deal with them and accept his check. With regard to having his name on the TD bank account that was set up to collect the premiums to pay to Canada Life, the individual, the signer on the account, Paul's the trustee, signer, he would have access to the bank statements. Does that mean a bank is giving you copies of everything they have in their file? Every bank has their own policy and procedure for how they handle that. Was Paul the one that physically handed that policy or physically faxed it? If he wasn't the one who physically faxed it, if it was another person who faxed it, did Paul or did Keith give that person who faxed it those documents? I don't know who gave him the documents to fax. That was how many years ago? So I do not know, and I can't say for certain, if TD Bank is going to give the defendant or anyone who's listed as the trustee all the documents they get to open up the account. You'll get the statements.
So that was a lot of maybes, right?
But it's the truth.
Another maybe is maybe whoever faxed that to TD Bank, knowing Paul was the trustee, didn't want to include that beneficiary information in the trust document that they were sending.
I wouldn't know that.
Because maybe they didn't want Paul to see that he was a potential beneficiary.
Aren't we speculating? Is someone going to see that? I'll say it. Speculation sustained.
Sign the trust. Can I be heard for a second, Judge? I'm sorry.
No, Ms. Wallace,
Sidebar or here?
come on up. Everyone do me a favor? Can you stand up? Who can touch the ceiling? Anyone? Just take a little stretch. I just want you to take a quick stretch. Move it around. Everybody crack their own back? You guys can do it? All right. Will you help me out? Got some issues. Lower part.
We should have been classified as assault.
Nah, you're okay. You're okay. Just take a second. I understand that we're going for a little while here, so. Once you're comfortable, you can sit back down. Just change at angles. It's stuck on this angle. Just so if the Mr. Murray, you ready? You need a minute.
Just one more minute.
Take your time.
Okay. Sorry about that, Detective. I wanted to just go back to some things that we were talking about earlier today. We've heard a lot of information about various business accounts today, right? And you actually at one point in time differentiated between an operating account and a payroll account, right?
Yes,
And there were two businesses in this case. There was the J. Martin Square One business, and then there was EcoStar, right?
correct.
And obviously, they were both owned by the same people, right? But they were technically two different businesses.
And they had different ownerships in each business.
Right. But they had the same physical location, for example.
Yes,
And the same owners in the years that you were evaluating the case, right?
yes.
So the question I have for you was, it's not like it's illegal for a business owner to take money from their own account and put it into their business account, right?
It's not illegal if someone takes money from their own personal account to put into a business account? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
No?
It's not illegal if somebody does the opposite, takes money from the business account and puts it into the personal account, right?
The mere fact of a transfer is not illegal, but I would have clarifications on that, depending what your other questions are.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying in the abstract that in and of itself is not illegal.
Correct.
And just because something's labeled a payroll account doesn't mean that you couldn't take money from that account for purposes other than payroll, right?
Right, it's just this, and in this case, it's another checking account at TD labeled payroll.
And you could also just as easily put money into a payroll account. It's fine for an owner to do something like that, right?
Yes.
When you looked at the J. Martin account,
Operating or payroll?
when you looked at 1396, the operating account, you noticed that there were operational costs, including American Express bills, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually obtained the American Express records for that bank account, that were getting paid by that bank account, correct?
Yes.
Did you review those records?
American Express was well over 10,000 pages. I had my hands on it to review. So a review can be scrolling through. A full-blown analysis would be, analyzing every purchase and every payment made.
So which did you do?
It depends what account he's talking about.
Okay. You want to get specific, Mr. Murray?
So this is account 4003. I could show, if it helps, I'll just show it to you. Okay,
Please, thank you.
sure. This is D61. It's not the full records, it's the part one of those records.
Okay. Would you like me to articulate what I'm looking at? Or-
Yeah, sure. That'd be
Okay.
good.
These are American Express statements. It's a business platinum card in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Keith M. Caneiro. The closing date on the page I'm looking at is December 26, 2016, and it's account ending in 4003.
Okay, thanks. Did you review the records related to that account?
I would have reviewed them, yes.
Okay. So you would have seen that Keith, Jennifer, Paul, Tiffany, Rivera, and Larissa Glorioso all had cards on that account.
I would have seen that, yes.
And you would have seen that over the course of 2017, for example, Paul's total charges to that account were $18,487.
I don't remember specifically, but I would have reviewed it.
Okay. And you would have reviewed the fact that Keith had a total spending of $104,549 on that card that year, right?
I don't remember specifically, but I would have reviewed that.
And specifically, Jennifer had spending of $27,750 on that card that year.
Again, same answer. I don't remember specifically. He is a 90% owner of that business.
And your understanding was that Jennifer worked there or did not work there?
My understanding is that she did not work there.
Did not?
Did not.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you also this is D62. Here's it's the same account, right?
Okay. Do you want me to articulate what I'm looking at?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. This is American Express statements for a business platinum card in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Keith M. Caneiro. The date of the statement that I'm looking at, the closing date is January 26, 2018, account number ending in 4003.
You reviewed these records also, right?
Yes.
And so going to later in the year, we would have seen that a person, aside from the names that we already mentioned as cardholders on this account, a different cardholder by the name of Konstantinos Karidis was added to the account.
Okay.
And to your knowledge, that was not an employee of J. Martin or Square One, right?
To my knowledge, no.
And to your knowledge, Square One really had one main client, right?
One main and several other smaller clients, yes,
And their main client was in New Jersey.
correct.
The checks I just gave. So, now, if there was, to your knowledge, did Square One have any clientele in Greece?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You issued several reports in this case, in the year, 2 reports, I should say, in the year 2025. One of those reports, the purpose of it was to correct some errors you had made in your previous reports, right?
Yes,
You, I believe, initially left out that Paul had received an additional $63,000 in money from Social Security Administration in 2017.
now, the correction for the Social Security amounts is this. The defendant received 2 large lump sums from Social Security. And let me refer to my report so I can articulate accurately. Okay. In 2017, Paul received 2 large lump sum payments from Social Security. The first was on July 12th, 2017, in the amount of $61,535. The next payment was 6 days later, on July 18th, 2017, in the amount of $63,101. So, in my initial report, I added one of those numbers twice. In my second report, I corrected it so I could include both numbers accurately. So we went from $139,798 to $141,364. An addition error.
Now, one of the things you did when you wrote your first report was you characterized transactions between Paul's personal accounts as revenue to him.
Revenue stream, not revenue in the sense of a salary. A revenue stream would be available for you to use in that year. So if revenue came into that account, if that's what you're referring to, it was available for use in that year, used to pay expenses.
Right. I was just looking at the titles to your pages of the breakdown of income and expenses. It doesn't say revenue stream, it just says sources of revenue / income.
Sources of revenue, a stream of revenue.
But then you updated that and you took that information out of your report. You took those sources, those transfers between accounts out of your report.
Because I wanted to give the defendant the benefit, and in that area, it was determined that bank account revenue sources, because the amounts were determined to be duplicative, so I didn't want to utilize an amount twice. I re-reviewed the report, and I gave the defendant the benefit.
I mean, is it about giving him the benefit or reporting the right numbers, though?
Both. Because hypothetically, if it was 20,000 in the first report, and I re-reviewed it, and it was determined that the amounts were duplicative, and it was 10 and 10, then I'm saying your revenue's 10 instead of 20, as an example.
I mean, maybe I'm just confused. Because I thought that the net impact of you making that change, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the net impact of you making that change was that it reduced your conclusion of Paul's revenue by $22,000 in 2017,
Right.
and it reduced your conclusion of Paul's revenue by $57,000 in 2018. Do I have that right?
Oh, not for that topic. You're talking overall in every category that an adjustment was made. Are you speaking just to the bank account revenue sources, which was deemed duplicative and it was eliminated for 2017 and 18?
I'm talking about yes, what you characterized as revenue. Yes.
Okay.
Now, so you're saying that when you wrote your first report, you knew that you were including that information as revenue. And then when you wrote your second report, you knew that you weren't including it as revenue.
When I put the motive together and wrote the first report, then after that I had time to really go back and re-review, and I made sure that the numbers were accurate, and in this instance I removed it because I realized it had been duplicated.
Okay. Now, you also corrected, I believe, various entries that you made in that report about an auto reimbursement for 2017, right?
Which one are you referring to specifically?
What's labeled as 2017 auto reimbursement? $27,290.11.
Okay. Okay.
So in the first report, you had calculated that differently, right? And then you had to go back and you had to make a correction to that report, right?
You know, I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was a check in the amount of $375 that inadvertently ended up being in that area when it shouldn't have. So I reduced the amount of the auto reimbursement because I took out that check that should not have been there. So it was reduced by $375.
I mean, it's a minor point, but you know that those numbers only come to $27,290 if you include other miscellaneous reimbursements from the payroll other than the auto reimbursement, right?
The auto reimbursement, there is a line item on the payroll journals. and it tells you exactly how much it is. So,
Right. Yeah, I have them.
okay.
But you know that when you calculated that number, you included miscellaneous reimbursements, not just auto reimbursements.
You can show me the statements from TPP payroll journals. To my recollection, it said auto reimbursement.
Okay.
Counsel? All right, ladies and gentlemen, even an earlier day today. Thank you. Nothing. I'm kidding. So I'm going to let you go for today. It's been a long day for you all. I'd rather have you back fresh tomorrow morning. So I'm going to let you go home. You'll do the same thing tomorrow as we did today. You'll be downstairs at 8. We'll get you right up here by 8:30 and get you started. But let's get you out of here for today so you can get home. So as a reminder, you're going to hear me say it every time we leave each other. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Have a good night. Be safe. Thank you.